We're good? We finally started without my microphone. My microphone being muted. We finally got it. Yay! Hello, Chad. Welcome. We have a quite special stream today. Yes, it's talking first time. Yes. I put together a little Kahoot quiz for you guys to test you out on how well you paid attention last time when we read our book. It'll be covering it'll be covering all the stuff that we went over. And oh, hello, Freight Train. Thank you for the big sticker. But hello, everyone. I hope you've been doing well. But you guys also may notice... Oh, Celeste! Hi! Thank you! Thank you for the 2 gift subs and the 1 regular sub. Thank you! Yeah. Oh, no, they gave it to Celeste, I think. Thank you, Nuts. Thank you. I am so confused. I have no idea how any of this Twitch thing works. But thank you all. That'll do a lot to help my sub goal. Thank you. Been doing well, just pretty tired. I had 4 hours of physical therapy. Oh, what do you need physical therapy for? Hello, Celeste. Hi, Pookie. Hello, Pookie. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Did you... I saw that you won't be streaming till, I think, the end of the week, if I remember correctly. I hope you enjoy your break. A Pookie! Ah. Maria. You guys are funny. Doing okay, gonna stream Sunday. How are you? Well, that's the one day I'm actually not streaming this week. If you guys saw the schedule that I put out on my twitter.com and also my... Oh my goodness, Decimal is very green. Yes, if you saw my schedule that I posted on my Twitter and my Discord, then you would see that I am streaming every day for the next 6 days. And we will be rocking and rolling. I will be with you all week. 3 stream streak already? You're doing great. Now I need to rest a bit. Well, make sure to lurk. If you do mute the stream, and you're on the computer, mute it on the tab and not the actual stream itself, because Twitch likes to not count people who have the stream muted. But they can't really tell if you have the tab muted. So, if you could remember that, that would do me a whole heck of a lot of good. You can't handle the truth. Gone dressed in green pastures. Yeah. Why would you move SMH? I don't know. Maybe they think my voice is annoying. Cortova?
No, it's Knots.
Thank you for the subs.
Knots.
Goodness.
It's Knots again, love. Knots gifted subs.
Oh, Knots.
Good. Good job.
Oh. So it individually says the new subs. But thank you again, Knots.
Knots 2000.
Oh my god, I'm sorry, I keep not seeing you. I see what it's doing. Okay, that's why it tripped me up, because I'm looking at the actual stream itself, and it only, you see there, it only pops up with the names of the people that you give the subs to. So I'm like, oh, these people. But yes, Knots, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you for your support. Always make sure you're taking care of yourself as well. I don't want people selling their last sock to support me. No, make sure you can pay your rent. Make sure you can buy yourself some Baja Blast. And then if you want to worry about little old me. Her voice is genuinely adorable. Well, thank you. I've been told that a lot. So I am a frequent player of VR chat, or at least I was until I hyper-focused on doing streaming. But often I would get people who told me like, "Oh, you sound like a voice actor. You sound like a VTuber." So I guess I just kind of have the voice for this profession. But yes, thank you for all the compliments. What about my second to last sock? Maybe you can sell that off. As long as you have like at least 1 or 2 socks, like we don't want you getting cold foot. I want code red. Well, get yourself some code red. I'm not stopping you. I should really sell my last sock. What do you have against socks? VTuber voice for real? If I really had a VTuber voice, I would go like super high up, and I would do this and make it even more babyish. Which I did a little bit in the past. If you know me from other places. But I can also do the very, very babyish voice. Sometimes I do it unintentionally. Would you rather learn Latin or let Desmo speak? Desmo can speak.
This is
hello,
this is
Desmo.
true and accurate. I can do the words.
See? Wow, that voice is very VTuber. Yeah, I find that people enjoy the more understated
I muted again.
voice. Desmo muted.
Again.
Desmo, why are you muted?
Oh
Didn't
wait,
hear him.
I know what the issue is. Hang on. I'm gonna take a wild guess, and yep.
I think it's his voice mod.
No, it's for some
Not the
reason it was
voice mod?
muted for horizontal view, not the vertical view, just the horizontal
Really?
view.
Huh.
For some reason it's been defaulting to that.
So the people on the vertical stream
Could hear me just fine.
could hear your voice, but not the horizontal because you had it all janked up. I see.
No, it's because you keep opening Streamlabs on your computer, and then when you do on my computer, it resets the settings.
We'll say hello, Desmo.
Yes, hello, I am here.
Yes, my wonderful husband.
Oh, ad break.
Oh, ad break.
I've delayed it once already, or twice even, potentially.
So do subs not get ads while watching my stream? Subs, can you confirm that? Because I don't know Twitch well enough to know that. Like can anybody hear me still? Am I still? I also got 3 how to draw manga books ZM art recommended. So hopefully with enough practice I can make good fan art for you. Oh, thank you. Twitch doesn't show ads for subs. No. Oh, that's good. That's good. If you don't want ads, you just sub to me. That's all. There we go. Speaking of supporting me, just in time stream elements.
Huh.
I don't think I've seen an ad myself. I can definitely hear you. Yeah. You should probably appreciate any. I do. I really do appreciate fan art. Like, I've already gotten like some super beautiful pieces of fan art, and I cannot thank the artists enough.
Yeah.
I'm so used to having to either draw everything myself or like just paying a whole bunch of money for someone else to draw stuff for me. True. Only good fan art I think of could make though right now is her as Neko arc. I would love that. Neko Maria, yeah. Go for it. Go for it.
She has been gushing about the fan art though, she has.
Yes. I'm gonna have to do fan art Friday this weekend. Oh, thank you for the headbats. I see you guys found that. Thank you, thank you. Hello, Sailor David. Oh, more head pats. There isn't a cooldown on that one, so you can do it as much as you want. So many head pats. My goodness, my head's gonna be rubbed raw with you guys around. A hydrate, yeah, okay. Desmo actually got me some Baja Blast, while he was out a little while ago. So I have some Baja Blast and a big drink in my Stanley Cup, and I also added a new hydration, a new hydration redeem called baptism. Baptism.
Egg cheese redeem the 500 thing. If you didn't see it.
Oh, random Bible verse. There we go.
Oh, I see. Yeah, there it is.
There we go. Let me pull this up. Random Bible verse. Proverbs 27:10. Do not forsake your own friend or your father's friend, nor go to your brother's house in the day of your calamity. Better is a neighbor nearby than a brother far away. Amen. But yes, I have a new baptism redeem, which number one splashes me with a whole bunch of water, but number two also makes it so I have to take an extra big gulp of water. Oh, thank you, follow, for the follow, Midwest Peaches. Thank you. Amen, amen. Thank you for the head pats. Yeah. I have a special quiz for you guys today, and I'm really excited to show it to you. I worked hard on it. It's about 10-question quiz, so it's not too long, but I think you guys will really like it. And if Desmo gives the go-ahead, I want to see about rewarding top spot. God bless you, my favorite gangster girl. Well, thank you for the bits, Sailor David. Thank you. I will take my swig of this Mountain Dew Baja Blast for that hydrate I got a little while ago. Where's Headpat Desmo? Ooh. That'll be next stream. Absolutely. Pet the bear emote. I have enough to retire right now, though I can barely keep my eyes open.
No
my
worries.
apologies, no problem.
No, get some rest.
A part of why I wanted to start streaming, like later in the day, was so that I can help people sleep if they want to. Comes with the sheepy persona. So all of my things are usually not too loud, not too startling. I wanted this very dreamy atmosphere so that I could lull you guys to sleep if you wanted to. I'll be there for you during Betty Bye times if you really want me, and I would be honored. Thank you, Angel's Son 95 for the follow. Oh, seriously, thank you, Marie. But yes, if Desmo gives the go-ahead, I want to give a reward to the person who has the top score on my quiz. I was thinking of maybe giving out a gifted sub to whoever that is, so long as Desmo deems it financially responsible.
Yeah, it's fine for now. We can do that.
Yippee! All right. I don't get headpats on my account. On my little reactive being hosted on my PC. I'd count sheep, but it wouldn't take long here. Well, you have all of my little lambs to count too. Just count comments.
That's
You'll get to sleep real fast like that. Good evening, Maria. Good evening, Frosty King. Good to see you. But I am quite looking forward to giving you that quiz. How many of you have studied? Because I know I posted the VOD to my last stream, underneath the original tweet that I made, and also the Discord message that I sent out. How many of you have watched that? Study.
Uh-oh.
My goodness, you guys. Yeah, about
We're gonna have to see how the screen capture goes in this one.
Yeah, I hope that I can give you guys the Kahoot audio as well, because all the songs are bangers. There's a test of Snap. Never got to watch the first VOD. I studied once in my entire life. If I cannot get it by bawling, I was not designed to. My goodness, guys. I remember a good lot of it. I listened to it driving home. I wonder what questions are on it. I'm gonna be honest, it's not that hard of a quiz. A lot of the answers are like common sense for most of us at the very least. But the quickness that you answer the questions will give you more points. So the faster you are, the more points you get. So your goal is to not only answer the question right, but answer it faster than anyone else. I've only been studying, I've been doing so far is infrastructure and code. More faster, more better, absolutely. I was half asleep last stream. Well, that was the purpose. But I also want to give you guys some good user engagement, as the cool kids would say. Study never heard of it. Well, you're gonna heard about it now. I'm gonna learn you guys real good. I'm gonna learn you so good that you can learn more. Yeah. Honestly, I'm here for the chill Christian vibes. Well, thank you. I really hope that I can procure a space of chill holiness that is befitting your bedtimes. But I say we get to that quiz. What do you guys think? Do you guys want to give it a shot? Because I'm really excited to show you my handiwork. Yeah, let's do it. All right, Desmond, let's switch us over.
All right.
And let's see about getting my regular music.
Might want to move that off that screen, love. We're seeing two of you.
Yes. I accidentally minimized the thing instead of, Okay. So, this is how this is gonna work. We are going to start this quiz, and you can join either at www.kahoot.it or with the Kahoot app on your phone. Either one is fine. I think the Kahoot app has different features, but Shinchuck, Phantasm Blast.
Why are you laughing?
I'm gonna be so real with you.
No.
I thought that said Shin.
No. Babe, no.
I'm sorry. I expected to get 0 points. You're fine. I'm sure you will get at least one. A lot of this quiz is common sense. You're gonna do great. I promise. You are gonna do just fine. I believe in all of you. You all get your own little guy here too. And the fun thing with this, I actually got the premium version of Kahoot. So I can check in with you guys over time and I can see your progress. So I will know exactly who is lacking. And I could call you out. Crazy's Lord, Nance. Oh my goodness, thank you all for joining. So I have a limit of 100 people. We will wait for everybody to get in. Make sure you have enough time. Love to, I'm at work. Oh, that's okay. Just a reminder, the person who wins, thank you for the thumbs up. The person who wins this gets a gifted sub to my Twitch. And you won't have to deal with my stinky ads anymore.
At least for a month.
Snap, that's a lot of people. It's 9 people. We'll wait. Let's say
At least for a month.
3 more minutes for everyone to get in.
At least ad-free for a month.
Yeah, ad-free for a month. You'll be able to sleep peacefully without your without your fun streams being interrupted by nasty ads. We'll wait until 8:30 on the dot to get everything going. Can you guys hear the music?
I should probably let's mute.
Yeah, we'll have to mute the stream audio and then capture the audio from my pewter. Because I don't want you guys to miss out on this music, because it's a banger.
Odd, I'm not getting audio from Kahoot on my end. It's probably audio routing. You probably have that going the wrong way. Hang on.
Mm.
You should open voice meter.
Voice meter? Okay. Let's open up my handy dandy application.
Let me make sure you got it all right, because you have a tendency to mess it.
Yes, I don't want you guys to miss out on the banger that is Kahoot music. If you guys do not already know, because I know my audience is a little bit older, and if you weren't in school during the time of Kahoots, you totally missed out. You totally missed out. This was the best part of school when I was in school.
I tell you, chat, like I go through all this to get all this set up, and then she goes around and messes with settings and makes it all goofy.
Yep. I'm gonna make you goofy. There's nothing you can do to stop me. Now he's gotta do it on my computer. Apologies for the technical delay. All right.
Still no.
Oh, darn it.
Only we're so easy.
If only it were so easy. We're trying. It ain't a VTuber stream if there ain't scuff. What topic? We're doing apologetics. We're reading a book called I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. A very good apologetics book. And we're at chapter 2 now. So we're going to be reviewing the introduction and also the first chapter. Oh.
This is why you need to not mess with settings, my love. Yeah.
I'll get you back.
Okay, fine.
Scuff. Whoa, scuff be upon ye. Echo. Hi, noob.
Echo's gone. You might have to not deal with not having that because you messed it up.
I did not mess it up. Well, I apologize, but there is probably not going to be any Kahoot music. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, people.
She done goofed it.
I really did goof it. I am so sorry, friends. But let's get back to this quiz, shall we?
I'll just turn the regular, unless you want to change to the other one of the other background music you got.
We can just have it be the regular. That's fine.
Okay. I mean, you have the other one you haven't even used yet.
We'll save it for another day. But let's start, everyone. I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. Quiz number 1. What is the main belief of theism? God is all, God made all, no God at all. What do you think the answer is, chat? Everybody getting their answers? God made all. So with theism, theism is the belief that God is outside of the universe and made it. Unlike some other ones that assume that God is the universe or there is no God. On to the next question. Let's see. Cold coffee too. Congrats on being the fastest right answer. Question number 2. What is the main belief of atheism? Anyone have an idea?
Everyone should have an idea on this
Ooh,
one.
look at those answers coming in. You guys are doing great. I didn't know the words to the answers were on stream. What does it mean? There we go. No God at all. Cold coffee too. Still in the lead. With Hyken at a close second and Fun Enjoyer TM at third. Third question. What is the main belief of pantheism? God is all, God made all, or no God at all?
Tree Tree, thank you for the follow.
Let's see. Alright, we have our settings. Oh, there we go. Show question on devices. There we go. That ought to do you guys good. Yeah, and there you go. Process of elimination. So pantheism is like people who believe that God is the universe. So God is me, God is you, God is the trees, God is the earth, God is the universe. Hi again. We have an upset. Going into number 1. Congratulations. True or false? It's not possible for someone who has a bias for or against a topic to state true facts about that topic. What do you guys think? Does bias make you unable to state the facts? Let's see. We're waiting on just a few more answers. The correct answer was false. It is possible for someone to have a bias and also be able to say things that are true.
Quit Germany, thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the follow, guys. I'm a bit distracted at the moment. I do apologize.
It's okay, I'll keep an eye out on that.
Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you for the head pats. I can see that one. Cold coffee too, taking back that number 1 spot. Try again, Hagen. I'm sure you'll get it next time. Worldviews are like a painting. box top to a jigsaw puzzle, an elephant, or a box of chocolates? What do you guys think? I think I misunderstood the general question. Elephant because I refuse to acknowledge it. That's funny. You get extra credit. Mama always said painting because it sounds cool. Well, there's only one right answer. I remember this one, I think. The answer is the box top to a jigsaw puzzle. This analogy is used because we have a bunch of pieces of the right answer, just like a jigsaw puzzle, but it's hard to put them together when we don't have the top of the box of the puzzle with the whole picture on it. Also the box of chocolates. You guys are funny. Let's see, do we have an upset? Wow, Heigen taking back first place, and also Fun Enjoyer taking second. True or false? Every worldview, including atheism, requires some level of faith. What do you guys think? True or false? True! You guys are doing great. See, I told you everyone would get at least one of these right. It's a lot of common sense. But yes, every worldview requires some level of faith. Even if it's just, I believe that I will be fine riding this airplane. You have faith that the pilot is qualified to fly that plane and he will do so safely. So atheism also has its faith. It has faith that science is true, that scientists aren't lying, that all the facts that they are being given are correct. It is the name of the book. You guys are right. Huygens still keeping that #1 spot, and Fun Enjoyer right behind him. True or false? The truth about reality can never really be known for sure. What do you guys think? This is a common discussion in pop culture today. The answer is false. We can know truths about reality. Saying that we can't know truth for sure is in fact itself a truth claim. Also, hello new chatters. Nice to see you guys. But yeah, saying that you can't know what is true is a self-defeating statement. If someone ever says that to you, just ask, are you sure? How do you know? Let's see. Fun Enjoyer rises to the top. Congratulations. Are you gonna get that elusive gift of sub? What is a self-defeating statement? We went over this just a second ago. A statement that demoralizes the speaker. A statement that disproves your point. A statement that contradicts itself with its own existence. I don't know, I didn't even know there was going to be a quiz today, lol. Kahoot with chat, yeah. Hello, everyone. Hello, God-fearing Gator. Welcome in. I think there is a way to join this. Yes, a statement that contradicts itself with its own existence. So take, for instance, the example that we gave the last question. So, the truth cannot be known for sure. The person saying that is certain about the truth of their statement. Therefore, they're just straight up lying with whatever they're saying. And it's like someone saying to you, I can't speak a word of English. In English. It's very self-defeating. Let's see. Fun Enjoyer is still at the top, but we have a couple of people rising up. Good job, everyone. True or false? All religious beliefs teach the same things. True or false? No. Very good, everyone. there are very much exclusive truth claims to every religion. A Christian can stay true to their faith and affirm other religious beliefs. True or false? Does it compromise your faith? Say a Jew or a Muslim is right? The correct answer is false. And now for our last question, we have a poll. Did you like today's quiz? Yes, it wasn't so bad. Not really. Weed eater. Gotta throw in that last one just as a little gag for all of you who get it. How'd you like today's quiz? You did like it. Thank you guys. Also, the 2 people who said weed eater, I get you. Alright, let's see who our winner is. At 3rd place, we have Christ is Lord. 2nd place is Fun Enjoyer. And 1st place goes to Hygen. Good job, everyone. Intruder and Hackshar are close behind. But thank you guys all for playing. Ooh, we have an award. I have no idea how to do any of this. This wasn't a thing whenever I played Kahoot in school. Achievement complete. Play Kahoot about social studies. Wow, lots of things. But Hygen, watch out for that gifted sub. Desmo will be getting that to you shortly. His PC is struggling, so it may take a minute. Cool, cool. But yes. What do you say? Do you guys want to go back to just chatting and yapping for a bit? Or would you like to head on over to the rest of the book that we've been reading? What do you guys think? Congrats, everyone. Yes, we have a dual PC setup. So my computer is dealing with rendering my model and having the Kahoot up and whatever we are watching. And Desmos is worrying about streaming and also collaborating all the footage together. Kahoot made me stressed. Oh, you're fine. Gotta get that engagement up. Yes, congrats, Hygen. You paid attention, didn't you? Never done a Kahoot before. Now I have. Good job. It's a once in a lifetime experience. Fortunately, I was eating dinner and helping to clean, so I unfortunately didn't get to participate. Well, luckily for you, I plan to do this before every stream that I read this particular book in, and whatever I move on to next after I finish it. So I want to help you guys be able to review the subjects that we cover and help you maintain that information as best I can. And I think it's just a fun little thing to do, and it helps reward you guys for paying attention. I live my life like about knowing anything. I can deal with it, don't worry. Ironically, I encountered technical issues and I am in IT. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry for your loss being in IT. But yes. We are done with Kahoot officially. Desmo, would you help me get back to just chatting? We also have an ad. But yes, thank you all for participating. I am very glad that I got to do that with you. Let's see. Getting everything all done up again. There we go. Gifted sub. Asher Universe. We gave it to the wrong person? Oh, randomly. Oh my goodness. Can we not target it to somebody?
I'm sure we can find a way.
I'm sure there was a way. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Well, you get a random gift sub, and here we go. I think I found it.
There we go. Good job.
I done it, guys. I did it.
He done it good, didn't he?
I done it.
You done it. I am so proud.
I got you. Well, my blunder is your gain. Congratulations.
Congratulations. There we go. Hagen has received his due reward for paying attention. Good job, everyone. I am so proud. You guys did really good. Let me see here. Here we go. Oh, thank you for the head pats. I feel bad for Desmo as well.
Please
It's
do.
okay. Currently, neither me or Desmo are in a state to work, so we're skating on by. Redeem check-in. Redeem hydrate. I did need that hydrate. Thank you. My mouth is getting a little bit dry from all the excitement of of you guys doing so good. So I will take a little sip of my water.
Yep. My health did a thing, and I do not stand and walk very good. I can stand and walk, just not for very long without the risk of passing out. That's kind of my issue. So I'm having to find a new field to retrain in.
Yeah. So the thing with Desmo, he has a condition that makes it so that he can't stand for too long. Basically, all of his blood tends to pool in his feet when he stands up, and it doesn't go back to his head, which makes him very dizzy. It's called
Postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome.
or POTS. Right. So it makes it really hard to do any kind of physical work, which he was trained in prior to his condition popping up.
Field service and welding.
Yep. Desmo was a welder once upon a time. He was pretty good at it, too. But we're gonna have to get him through some extra training, which just cost me. Time to call your husband a cripple? I have.
She has, yeah.
I do call him a cripple frequently.
Oh, yeah.
And it is funny every time. But no worries, I am also a cripple. As well as having my heart issues, I also have a soft tissue disorder.
It goes hand in hand.
Yeah, it's called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, or EDS, and it causes all of my soft tissues to be too stretchy. Oh my goodness!
Random Bible verse. You got a random Bible verse, Redeem Love also.
I'm trying to read the name. Bluera Sai, thank you for the 5 gifted. And we have a level 3 hype train. Oh my goodness. Let's celebrate this moment with a random Bible verse. Romans 14:5.
Hey,
One
Winter.
person esteems one day above another. Another esteems every day alike. Let each be fully convinced of his own mind. Amen. Do 2 cripples make a whole? Yeah. Together we are one flesh, actually.
Yeah, that is, yeah, no, accurate.
It's very true. Thank you for being an inspiration, Mira, and sharing God's love through your work. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. my main goal here is just to help people give a reason for the hope that they have, helping them get there, and being their study buddy along the way. Because I come from a background of atheism and paganism, and I am relatively new to the faith, and I I also want to study this stuff to help with my own doubts. I think people are really... Ooh. We have Gamma Del. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you, guys. You guys are being so generous today. Oh my goodness. Make sure to take care of yourselves as well. I don't want anyone giving more than they can, or more than they should. Wowie zowie. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys. But right, my main goal is to be the study buddy of you guys and help you help you give a reason for the hope that you have, as we are instructed to. I think it's very important for us Christians to delve into some of the doubts that we might have lurking in the back of our minds, and doing what we can to affirm the truth of the gospel in more ways than just studying the Bible, but studying the history around said Bible, and being able to not only process it enough for ourselves to believe it, but be able to express that to other people as well, to help them get closer to Christ. More doubt, the more of your doubts dissipate. Yeah. Have you participated in any good Bible studies? I have. Uber Marshall, my golden voiced friend, does some lovely Bible studies. A lot. I think he's actually doing one right now. Thank you. Thank you for the sub, egg cheese.
No, knots.
Knots again. I am losing it. Thank you, Dots. Oh my goodness. How do we keep missing that? I'm so sorry.
You just don't pay attention as good as I do.
Well, I see the first name pop up and I immediately go to it. This is my ADHD in action. I am so sorry, guys. I am very neurospicy. It's gonna pop up sometimes. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Currently reading Matthew Henry's commentary on the Bible, just so I can better apply the words of Christ to those in the world today. Yes, I received a very good study Bible from my throne. Somebody named Manny got it for me a while ago, and it is I think John MacArthur study Bible, and I've been meaning to work through it. So I'm gonna be real with you, I have procrastinated a little bit. I shouldn't, but I have. But it's really good. My favorite is the LSB study Bible, John the Goat. Yes, I've heard a lot of really great things about him. Currently reading Matthew Henry's commentary on the Bible. Yeah, I already read that. I'm losing it. Is there such thing as a good Bible study? Real question is there such thing as a bad Bible study?
Well, the answer is yes, but...
The answer is yes, but... the answer is yes, but... I've been listening to an audio Bible because I can't remember what I read. I'm guilty of procrastination as well. Yeah, I think it's far more common than what people actually want to say. Oh boy, I suck at studying. It's okay. I'll get you really good at it. We'll do it together. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I flunked out of high school. Maria lore, I never graduated high school. I ended up getting my GED after the fact. I got a GED with honors, but my neurospiciness from my ADHD and my autism made me very incompatible with the average schooling experience. And I really do not do well with with the average the average education system experience. I think that we should completely gut the Department of Education and just start from scratch. Like, I could go on and on about how I don't agree with how the schools are being run and how it's an active detriment to the children in this country. A Silent Bell reference? Oh. I need to get some kind of pug emote that's myself someday. Me too. We need to trash talk school sometime, maybe.
Absolutely noob.
I hate the school system because it's basically the opposite of what you're supposed to do to instill a love of learning in kids. Like, you look at kids like, oh, their first day of school, and they're so excited and they're having a blast at school, and then you look at a high schooler who's a senior and you can see like the life leave their eyes. Like, everyone hates school at that point, aside from like maybe the two kids who are, you know, a different kind of autistic from me and just totally vibe with school. But for the majority of people, like, being forced to treat learning like a chore completely kills any kind of desire for education that was in you once before. I mean, people are naturally curious.
And one thing to consider, honestly, the country's schools overall, schooling and education was doing much better before the Department of Education even became. It was doing better before it became a thing, and then after that came in, everything got worse.
Yeah. Not to mention that our current school system was built ideologically in Prussia, I believe, if I am correct. I researched it once upon a time. I don't take it with a grain of salt. But it was built to teach kids how to be good factory workers. And you think about it, and it's like, yeah, you have these kids basically working a full-time job and learning to never question their authority.
Agreed.
Yeah, you're taught that you need to raise your hand and ask your authority figure to even go to the bathroom. Like, that is horrible. Like, you teach these kids they have no agency over their own bodies, even. Like, their own natural bodily functions need to be approved by an authority figure. Like, why did anyone think that was a good idea? I'll tell you why. It's so they can control populations. It's so that they can make people who work in a factory and never question what the government is doing around them. They just worry about, you know, getting their A grades, doing well at what the authority figures give them to do, even if it doesn't make any sense for them to be doing. Like, why are we teaching kids like some of these nonsense subjects? The children yearn for the mines. Yeah, just let kids back into the mines. Straight up puked in the teacher's trash can because of that once. What a Chad move. Teacher, can I go to the bathroom? I'm feeling sick. No.
Perfectly valid.
The more Chad move would have been to do it in her lap.
A tinfoil hat redeem. That'd be pretty good, honestly. Let's do it.
A tinfoil hat redeem. Is that what you guys want? I think I can put like a little PNG on top of my head for redeem. I think that's possible. I just need to get like a little thingy for it. Because that's how I did the head pat redeem. That'd be good. Tinfoil hats actually work to deflect radio frequencies, do they?
Nice.
I am woefully uneducated about the ins and outs of tinfoil hats. I really should be considering my line of work. Thank you for the head pats. Yes. I said I don't feel good once the teacher said stop goofing around. Oh, stop goofing around. And then I had a seizure right after. And my friend yells, he's having a seizure. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I hope you were okay. Obviously you're still alive, but I hope you're not injured from that. My goodness. That teacher deserves to be fired. What's funny is that a simple wire mesh as found in the windows of microwaves could do just the same given radio waves wavelength. Oh my goodness. I am not reading well today. I'm going to stutter and trip over myself bad when it comes time to start reading the book again. That is true. Very true. I actually have some placeholder emotes coming in. They just need to be approved by Twitch. My emotes that you guys very very graciously helped fund are currently commissioned, and it will take about 3 weeks, I think the artist said. So hang in tight for those. I have a couple of things as placeholders in the meantime, which will probably be in by tomorrow or the day after. I don't know exactly how long it takes for Twitch to manually review those things, but it probably shouldn't be too long, right? We can cross our fingers and hope, or just pray about it, because praying is better than hoping. Hooray! I bit my tongue hard, but I was okay. My dad was ready to rip someone's head off. Yeah, I don't blame your dad. If I was your mom in that situation, I would be arrested. My goodness, violence would not be the answer. It would be the question, and the answer would be yes. It only takes around 24 hours. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So we should have it by tomorrow's stream. It's not a whole lot. It's a little bit hard to find things that I think are appropriate for the stream. And well, I mean, like, thematically appropriate. I knew I liked you. Thank you. Violence is pretty funny sometimes, not gonna lie. As long as no one is seriously injured. I am a fan of contact sports. I think guys consensually beating each other up is pretty darn rad. Especially like old wrestling. Like the cheesy, campy wrestling matches, like, give me so much serotonin. It's not even funny. I love it. Oftentimes the answer to violence is yes.
Yeah, that kind of goes into, you know, violence isn't the answer, it's the question. And sometimes the answer is yes.
Sometimes, given the appropriate settings, violence is indeed the answer. Even Jesus chose violence sometimes. Look at all the tables he flipped over. He never laid his hands on anybody, but those tables had it coming.
They did chase him out with the whip, but...
True. He chased them out with the whip, but I don't know if he actually hit them with it or not, Do you think he made contact, or was it just like a scaring tactic?
Good question.
I was in the U.S. Army and they had a sub, and the guy was a white liberal, and he was a doofus. This was after Trump was elected to his first term. That's gotta be great. The guy came to class with an agenda. I knew he was a doofus when he said, "Make America Great Again," and the image of racism that it spreads. He then compared it to Nazism. We were following along in a book and he pointed out all the kids in the picture were white. None of us were thinking that. I was beet red during that whole thing. That sounds like certainly something to go through. But yes, I am no stranger to liberalism.
Hey, Nether.
Nether? Hi, Nether. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How have you guys been?
How goes it, brother?
How goes it, friends? Hello, Nether. What were you guys doing? How did stream go? And people wonder why I dropped out of high school. Yeah. Like, get your GED. Like, most places are not going to care that you don't have, like, a fully fledged high school diploma, as long as you have something that's, like, equivalent. They're not really going to care. They never cared about it with my job resumes. Granted, I've only ever had one job, so don't take me as playing... I am losing it. I woke up at 6 today. And I went to bed at like midnight. I don't know why. I haven't been like sleeping at night very well recently. I don't know what's going on with that.
Okay.
Say some prayers for me, guys, that I can get some proper sleep this week and be on my A game in terms of my mental. Luckily I have some delicious caffeine from Desmo.
New model
Got me
debuted
with
there,
the,
right?
Baja Blast.
Nice.
Oh?
There we go.
Nani?
No, another. He says it was good. He plays some Marvel Rivals and debuted a new model.
New model? I'm sorry I missed it. Is the model cool? What do you think, Nether's chat? Was his model top tier? Sure it was. Like, I did not teach that classroom again at all that year. Good. The reason I dropped out of school was because the stress gave me conversion disorder so bad I had pseudo seizures. I could get my GED still.
I should get my GED still.
But yeah, I would highly recommend anybody who's still in school, if there are people that young in this stream, also good advice for your children if you have any, or plan to have any. Just kind of skip high school. Go into like a learning center and like speed your way through it, because they have like online courses for only the essentials that you need to get like your high school equivalent or your GED, stuff like that. Your paperwork that says I done it.
If you want to go beyond for college after that, just make sure you get a good score on the SAT, really.
Yeah, just make sure you get good scores. But a lot of them do like online stuff that it's self-led. They're there. You have teachers to help you if you need them, but for the most part you're left to your own devices and you can go at your own pace. That's what really helped me push to get my honors degree. So I would highly recommend it for anyone who the regular school system is just not vibing with them.
Or just homeschool. Homeschool is also very valid, honestly.
Homeschool, yes. Homeschool is the
GOAT.
Homeschool is the prime. Best example. Do that one. I'm not very eloquent today. I apologize. yeah, homeschool is the goal. But if you are not in the financial position, or you just not in that position of life, send them up to middle school. Make sure you teach them at home to counteract some of the stuff they will be learning in public school, because they will be hearing like some really weird things. But yes, let kids lead their own learning, I would say.
To some degree.
To a large degree. If it were up to me, most of a child's education would be self-led, mainly in topics they take interest in. So if a kid has, say, an interest in like woodworking or stuff like that, some kind of trade, they will naturally learn a lot of the skills that we put them in school for. So take woodworking, for example. You have to learn math, you have to learn geometry, you have to learn English, reading and writing, so you can understand signs and you can understand blueprints. Naturally, you learn a lot of things just following an interest. Like, it's wild to me that people don't realize that all that much. Give a kid a passion and let them follow it, and they will learn the essentials along the way. My ex was a very devout Christian who taught me everything I believe in today. She went to a university and now she's a he, and went to transition and hates everything she once taught me. That's awful. Yeah, definitely be praying about that. Someone can be lost, but come back. Ads. Here comes the ads. To all the subs that I am still talking to, hello, welcome. Thank you all for your support, or thank the person who gave you said sub, including the one guy we accidentally gave a sub to.
Congration.
I can't believe you misclicked that.
It do be like that sometimes.
It really do be like that. Me and Desmo both have ADHD, so we're a little bit forgetful.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, transgenderism is
a thing of all time.
Its own beast. That's its own beast and its own social blight. It's very much become a fad. Luckily, the fad is going out of style. That's what I did. Most of my time in high school was spent in tech school. Absolutely worth it. Yep.
Yeah.
Part-time public school is an option. It just depends on whether or not the school program and homeschooling program you're using are compatible. It was quite generous, yes. W Desmo. I always pray for trans people, yes. A lot of people who disagree with, trans ideology become very vitriolic towards trans people. It's a very easy thing to fall into, unfortunately, but I definitely don't agree with it. Even if we, vehemently disagree with the behavior and beliefs of somebody, we still absolutely need to treat them with love and respect and be the light of the world that we are called to be. Be the lighthouse that people can see where to come to Christ. I have nothing to say against trans folks, but they need to take time to evaluate whether they truly want it or not. A friend of mine just jumped into it. Yeah, a lot of people do it because it makes them quote unquote cool for their friend groups. Speaking from someone who was in that friend group, from groups like that, a lot of the time it's basically a marginalization totem pole. So the most oppressed person has basically the most prestige. And they get to make the most decisions in the group. Because basically upsetting them is seen as a sin, almost. Like, upsetting the most marginalized person in your friend group is the worst thing that you can do as a leftist. So everything that the most marginalized person says goes. Like, it's not enough to be black and gay. You also need to be trans. Like, the more oppression you have, the more brownie points your opinions get. Also, if you are like a white person, male or female, a lot of the time you are pressured to be more marginalized than you are because you're seen as like demonized. You are definitely demonized. So it's not enough to just be, you know, an oppressed woman because feminisms. You also have to be pansexual and non-binary and, you know, otherkin. Like, you have to be all these things to make yourself more oppressed than you actually are, simply so you don't get demonized for being white. Like, it's absolute nonsense. I am delving into dicey territory. I've seen people on Twitch who have talked about it more vitriolic. I think I'm fairly okay. I was watching one of Kangman Lee's streams earlier today, and he was going on about a rant about races. So I think I'm pretty okay. I think I'm all right. I'll be just fine. As if he's still on, I can not be banned probably. Plus, people like hearing about this stuff. It's a sense of catharsis, being able to talk about these social issues that were so hush hush just not that long ago. Like, it was seen as something horrible to even just acknowledge the truth about some of these situations. Oh, do you? Huh. I saw that stream. He lost me with the interracial take. I didn't stay that long. But let's, I mean, I am just chatting. It's, yeah, Desmo does have a point, though. Maybe we should move on. No race tier list. NASCAR goes at the top. Shortly followed by the Indy 500. I can tell by Desmo's silence his opinion is peak. Why don't you talk into your microphone, love? Also, thank you for the follow, Chambenrito. I am horrible at reading these names, especially since when they pop up on my screen, they're in cursive. I can't exactly read it that well. Horse racing is S tier. Maybe we play some Uma Musume. All on Haru Urara. Soon before I was banned from the Discord I was in, I learned everyone thought I was trans. I was a trans man because I just look feminine and young. Oh my goodness. You need to start mewing, my friends. Start mewing. You'll get there eventually. What is everyone's opinion of double-decker bus racing?
Nice.
Bus racing? I have never seen that before. Is that a real thing? Is that an actual thing? Double-decker bus. How fast can they go? I don't feel like double-decker buses could go all that fast. Never seen it, but it sounds awesome. It does sound awesome. Where can I find this? I want to now. That sounds epic.
When it comes to Desmo being quiet with his opinion, I very much kind of grew in the space of you keep your power level hidden. So, you know.
Keep your power level hidden. Favorite umas are Haru Urara, Meshi Doto, Rice Shawa, and Gold Ship. I found a clip online and it was hilarious. What clip did you see? Was it the one that I posted on Twitter earlier today? Is that the one that you saw?
A mutual Canyu loves Gold
Oh,
Ship.
no. Oh, you're talking about the buses. I thought you were talking about me. Because I posted a clip of my you-ish meme on Twitter to decent reception. I got a couple of funny memes underneath the post. Matekane Fuku Kitaru, best horse. That is a long name. Vodka, Manhattan Cafe, and Hishi Amazon. I've been playing it for a while now. I tried to play it once, but I've never really been into like gacha games. It just doesn't hit my serotonin the way it does for other people, I guess.
She doesn't do too much in the way of games unless it's like something she can play with a bunch of people or something really chill.
Yeah. Very casual games.
Unfortunately for me.
Probably the only gacha game that I'm really into. Desmo equals infinite aura, absolutely. Desmo is peak aura farmer.
I don't know about all that, but it's appreciated nonetheless. I, on the other hand, am enjoying a lot of Monster Hunter Wilds lately, and you know, anyone wants to join me in on that, you know, at any point, I'm down to hop into Monster Hunter Wilds and go monster hunting together. It's pretty nice.
Maybe for your birthday, we'll host a Monster Hunter thing in the Discord for you. Wouldn't that be nice? How many people in my chat play Monster Hunter Wilds by chance? Because I'm sure Desmo would be more than keen to play with you guys if you wanted to.
Real. So like I've been playing Monster Hunter on and off, not like seriously, just kind of casually, since Freedom Unite on the PSP, and then once World came out, I kind of really got into it for a while, and then I was like, okay, well, I'm kind of done with this for a while. And then Wilds, I was like, oh, I kind of saw that come out, I'm like, oh, I had to wait to get it, but then I got it, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is scratching that itch once again. We're diving back in.
Now we're cooking.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Oh, yeah, your family had horses. Fun Maria lore. I am allergic to horses. Not just like itchy, sneezy allergic, but like throat close up allergic to horses. So if I ever encountered any of the Uma Musume girls, I would be dead. I would be dead. I'm stuck at trying to beat Fatty the Dragon. Oh, thank you for the head pat.
Gravios, got it.
Yeah, it's horrible to be allergic to horses. I love horses. Like I was a little bit of a horse girl growing up. Like I love ponies. I love horses. I thought they were so graceful. But I became like super allergic to horses sometime in my growing up. my adolescence, I became allergic to the best transportation method outside of cars. Like, I would love to go completely off grid, but we couldn't have horses for anything, so we'd have to have cars. And that makes me so sad. I'm pretty certain that I am also allergic to like horse derivatives. Like donkeys are probably also, not for me. Maybe any like big animal like that. I would not, cope with very well in terms of my bodily systems misfunctioning. It had to be a respiratory issue, but it never stopped me when I was a kid. Like, one of my aunts had horses when I was growing up, and I would go visit, and I remember like having a little bit of allergies, but not like what I had before. So one time I was on a trip to like a city around Christmas time, and I got a horse ride through the city, like on one of those carriages. I was with my family, and I didn't touch the horse. I did not touch the horse. I made it a point to not touch it because I knew I was allergic, and I still felt like my throat closing up just being behind the horse. Like, being downwind of a horse is enough for me to be KO'd. I am not built for survival in the slightest. I am too powerful. God clearly needed to nerf me in some way to keep my power level contained. So my body will explode itself because my soft tissues are far too stretchy, and I have an extra gene that makes my heart prone to tearing, and also horses kill me. They don't even need to do anything. I just need to sniff the air that they have occupied. My goodness. Thank you for the follow, Spartan Rex. But yes, I am a severely nerfed human being. I would be far too powerful if I was left with no nerfs, no debuffs. My goodness. But yes. Another fun fact about my soft tissue disorder, the EDS, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Not only does it make my soft tissues more stretchy, but that means that my joints are hypermobile. So I can like bend my elbows backwards, or like my fingers backwards, or my knees backwards, and I look kind of freaky sometimes. Like I can contain it for the most part. Like if I have to intentionally like overextend my limbs, but sometimes my joints kind of just like to dislocate, which is not all that cash money. Like I this is incredible confirmed, kinda actually. Oh, never mind. Yeah, joint dislocation, like it's a really hard disease on your, not a disease, but a condition, a really hard condition on your joints, and so I have to be careful about that. Like I've I have literally dislocated one of my knees from the simple act of getting into the back of a minivan once. Like, that's all it took. That's all it took for me to dislocate my knee. Once upon a time. And like my shoulder blades will dislocate like minorly sometimes. Like if I have like too much pressure on my back from something, I will my shoulder blade will just whoop. But yeah, not fun. But it doesn't just extend to my joints. Unfortunately, it affects my organs as well, like my heart. So I do have the predisposition for aortic dissections, which I've had one before, and I also have. Gosh, I'm losing my spot, my spot in my own brain. Even just talking to myself. I do have the genetic predisposition from my paternal side. But on top of it, I have the soft tissue disorder. So they kind of work in tandem. So for instance, my father, whenever he had his dissection, he was around his late 30s. Whenever it happened to me, it happened when I was 18 or 19 years old. I can't remember exactly when it was, but it was around that age range. Like, it should have happened to me much later in my life, probably. But because I have this soft tissue disorder, I kind of speed up the process. And it also makes like healing up a little bit harder. Everyone remember to check in if not talking in chat. Yes, please, thank you. It helps my numbers stay accurate. But yes, I am a severely nerfed human being. But it makes for a great story, and it makes for a lot of heads turned whenever I give any kind of testimony about my life. Like, a lot of people in my position would be very tempted to curse God instead of praise God for getting me through what I've been through. A lot of people would curse God for like, why is this happening to me in the first place? I can tell you right now, if I was not Christian, I would very much be tempted to call it quits on my life, so to say. Because if I did not believe that there was something better than the physical life that I have here, a lot of my life dreams have been compromised because of my conditions. There's a lot of things that I probably won't be able to do because of my genetic makeup. One of those things is I will at least have a very hard time having children if I want them. I would have a very, very high risk pregnancy if I ever were to get pregnant. Like, I would for sure need a C-section because my body could not handle the stresses of labor. It is possible that my heart would just rip open from all of the tension. And also, because of the soft tissue disorder affecting my organs, there's also the chance that my uterus could rupture, uh, given the expanding that it would need to do to accommodate a child. So I will probably more than likely not be having children in my lifetime. God willing, I would love to, but I have been advised against it by a couple of doctors. They would really prefer if I don't, but I don't know if I'm gonna listen to them or not. But there's always adoption. Yeah, there is, but you know, it's not the same, and it's a bit harder to get your foot in the door with it. Thank you for the follow, bundle of cats. Thank you.
Top tier name.
Top tier name. Welcome to the flock. But yes, sometimes you just gotta live dangerously. Yeah. But if I do ever get, you know, pregnant and end up dying from it, I do hope that you all remember me fondly. True that. My old pastor had at least 3 adopted kids, I think. I haven't seen them in 7 years or so. Yeah. Adoption is wonderful, and I absolutely would adopt a kid if the opportunity fell into my lap. We're definitely not in the financial situation to take care of a kid right now anyways. We're not in the physical place to do it either. So no adopting anytime soon. I will never forget. Just like 9/11, never forget me. Ah yes, that nickname is difficult for English speakers to pronounce, but my name is Nahum. Nahum? I don't know whether I am pronouncing that or not. I would be extremely distraught if you passed away. Everyone's gotta do it sometime. I'm just happy that God let me touch as many lives as I have. So long as I've been able to do God's work, I count my life as complete and very much worthwhile. My sister has 5 kids back to back almost. My goodness. What a blessing. Given the stuff you've went through, if it did happen, the Lord would likely help you out. Maybe. We have an ad in about 3 minutes. Prepare yourself, guys. I will not forget the positivity and joy y'all have brought to my life. Oh, thank you. It really makes me so happy whenever people tell me how much the stuff that I do actually helps them. Like that just makes my heart makes me want to cry a little bit. As my mortal enemy ads. Yes, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I got affiliate, guys. But a girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do to pay her rent and medical bills. Last CT scan that I got, which I need yearly, so they can monitor my heart and make sure that it's not like tearing again slowly. Like the last CT scan I got was $1,000, and that was it with health insurance or without? I forget.
It was with it was part of the deductible.
Yeah, so it was $1,000 to get this thing that I absolutely needed to get, and I couldn't not do it. And we do not have health insurance at the moment. So next one I need to get, It's probably not gonna be very pretty. It's gonna be even more not so cash money. American healthcare system is rigged. Absolutely.
We'll probably have to go on that. Well, it'll depend if I can get trained in the new field
Yeah.
relatively quickly once I start that. Because once I do that, I'll get new insurance through that.
How much does the training that you want to get cost?
It
Again.
was near from like $750 to a little over $1,000. It was like under $2,000. So
Not too terrible.
So I'll either depending on how the insurance stuff goes that we're working through right now.
Also, thank you for the sub. Like,
Thanks Shinchuck.
Shinchuck.
You've
Thank you
been
for the gift
baptismed.
sub to Christ is King. Also, the baptism. Thank you for the baptism.
Yeah, no.
I will take a very big swig of this Mountain Dew Baja Blast. Thank you guys.
Yeah. Once my long-term disability insurance stuff is sorted, when I find out whichever way it ends up going, it will determine how I go about the stuff for the training. We should be good either way. If it doesn't go through well, then we'll have to be a little more careful in relying on our savings.
Not reductive. Thank you for the bits. Wish you the best of luck with getting a new job. Yeah. Desmo's been itching to work, I can tell. No ads. Take that,
Appreciate it.
ads.
Would you snooze it?
No. Shin gave Christ is King gifted sub, so he doesn't have to suffer through the terrible ads anymore. Thank you, Shin.
Very nice.
You're awesome. Yes, we have an ad break.
Yeah.
Now those pesky ads can never get you again. Until next month. You get 1 month of no pesky ads. Wouldn't that be nice? Thankfully, I'm on Medicaid, so I don't have to pay anything for visits or medications. Unfortunately, it doesn't cover my blood pressure meds, which I most certainly need. Yeah, I'm on beta blocker called metoprolol, and I definitely need that to control my blood pressure. The main thing with my body is I need to maintain my blood pressure. So I need to make sure that I am not too stressed or doing anything like too physically intensive. Because my heart will definitely go kaboom if I have a high enough blood pressure. Cries with joy. Just a single tear down the cheek in pure rejoicing of not being subjected to Twitch ads.
That's quite interesting. You know, I'll tell you what though. When it comes to blood pressure medication, I'm on even more than she is.
Yeah, Desmo has to take like way more stuff than I do. He is like on what, like 6 different medications to keep his stuff in check. And that's only to keep it in check. That's not to like completely cure him.
5?
Yeah, 5 different medications that you need to take multiple times a day.
Yeah.
My ADHD could never. I would forget instantly.
Oh, I do forget.
I would forget every time. Like, and well, yours are a little bit more noticeable, because like you'll get dizzy and you'll feel faint.
It ain't the fried foods, my man.
It's not the fried foods. It was the COVID vaccine. It was the COVID.
Ruh-roh, got bovid, got the vaccine to get a job. Now my body's messed up.
we both me and Desmo done goofed, and we both got a single round of the COVID vaccination.
The Pfizer. Back when
Pfizer.
Project Warp Speed was fresh and new, and it's like, hey, here's this thing, and I'm like, I need a job, and they're pushing this. I'm gonna do that, and I regret it every day.
Yeah, and I was still living with my mother at the time, and I was I was still a bit of a liberal, so I took it. My mother was very concerned about her safety with COVID going around, so I complied so that she would be at ease with it, but I do regret it. My friend went crazy over the Koof shots. He's practically falling apart now and hasn't caught on yet. Yeah, it's been so wild seeing just how detrimental it has been to so many people, and they really don't like talking about it. Met a guy in I have a big chat. I met a guy in basic who was stuck there for 6 months because of what the J&J did to him. Yeah, I got the vax as well. It was basically lose my job or get the jab, keep the lights on. Not a great time, but had to do it for the fam. Yeah, so many people were just blackmailed into getting the shot. Maybe not blackmailed, but
Basically.
like threatened.
Basically, what's the term? They were strong-armed to it, basically.
Yeah, strong arms. Also, thank you, Matt Wolfen, for the follow. You can't sue them at all. They have protection. Yeah, that's awful. My kids never got it. Thank God. The immunization technician looked at me like I was crazy when I said they weren't. Yeah, doctors are like exceedingly pushy with vaccinations. Like, I've heard horror stories of doctors with children's vaccinations where they like hammer it in to the parents. Like, you have to give them the shot. You have to give them the shot. If you don't do it, you're a bad parent and your kid's gonna die. And we hate you. And it's like, if I ever have a kid, they are getting basically nothing in terms of vaccinations. Like, you don't need 99% of the vaccinations that they hand out to children nowadays. They will not show evidence about anything. It's under wrap for like 50 years. So in 50 years is when we figure out the info. Yeah. I wonder why they're hiding it. It couldn't be suspicious at all. My grandma got it because she works medical. Thank the Lord she's still alive and well. Yeah, absolutely. Thank the Lord. Like, my goodness, we're getting into dangerous territory again. Twitch ban speedrun any percent. I'd be in my 80s. Yeah, I'd be in my 70s. What if they release it and it's just like the Epstein files? It's just big black pages.
So there's a reason that Desmo doesn't say too much on these matters. But I will sum it up to the Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race.
Absolutely. Go back to making everything yourself. Don't rely on a system ever, if possible. Work as an EMT through people not getting vaccines unless they allergic to it makes life easy for us. If it's any consolation, get as much sunlight as possible. No.
No.
I am a shut-in. Very much a shut-in.
You like going out. Don't. You memeing. You like going out.
I need to go out more. My little hidey hole is just too comfy though. Besides, I burn in the sun really easy. I am super pasty white. Like I'm out in the sun for 2 minutes, I turn into a tomato. Go back to a local economy, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, unless it's like some super foreign stuff that you can't get within 100 miles of where you live, like, get everything yourself. Like, it's far better for you, like, even in terms of like food. Like, get a chicken coop, get some chickens, grow a little garden. Like, all these little things that you can just get yourself. Not only that, it's cheaper. It's cheaper to do it that way. When Desmo speaks, everyone must listen. He is the authority on this stream, not me. It's not even me running this whole shebang. It's Desmo. He is the mastermind behind it all.
About all that. Memes aside, I mean, sure, there are some good things that have come out of such things of the Industrial Revolution and all that. There is some good that has come of it. The issue more lies that the overly greedy and ambitious tend to do things in ways that lower the quality of life of everyone else just so they can gain a buck. And there should really be a balance in all things when it comes to such. And well, we don't get a lot of that.
We don't. Capitalism is not the problem. Crony capitalism is the problem. Letting people treat companies as people, like letting these gigantic monopolies happen.
Public trading companies.
Yeah, publicly traded companies. One of the more detrimental things to society, because whenever your major companies that source everybody's food and things for people's welfare, like their daily lives, things they ingest and wear and use daily, when those companies who produce those things like value making their stockholders a buck over your health, like they will toe the line as close as they can possibly get, so that you don't complain about your health, but they make it as crappy as possible.
Yeah, like I said,
they toe the very line.
Yeah, like I said, memes aside, technology good, human development good. It's just that when these things that are supposed to make our lives easier end up just being used to make things cheap, make things cheaper for those that can, so they can probably raise their stock prices, basically.
Yeah. Like we completely lost the plot on stocks.
Yeah, corpos.
Like once upon a time, it was a matter of, making a good product that would last and that people actually want to buy. Amen. And now it's making slop for the common denominator of people and making it just quality enough so that they don't complain about it too much to incite a riot at headquarters. Like even then they still like go over the line every now and then, and people kind of they get outraged and then they forget. Like society just forgets that some of these companies are outright killing us. Like they've actually killed people. It's horrible. Capitalism isn't the problem. Like these heartless corporations that care about making their stockholders gambles work out in their favor.
And stock really should be that, a gamble. It's they're trying to make these things such a surefire thing, and it's like, hey, it's gambling. This required what's the word I'm looking for? They're not liable to their customers, they're liable to their stockholders. And it's like, you know, if you're gonna do stock stuff, you should realize it's a gamble whether something goes up or down. You shouldn't be like,
That'll get Desmo's goat.
Yep.
But like, it's another thing as well.
Do sherry duty, thank you, Mr. U.
These companies will also not accept a plateau in profits. It always has to be, you know, up next quarter. We have to keep getting more money and more money, and they are never happy with having like a regular
infinity growth
amount.
forever is not sustainable.
Yeah, it was never going to be sustainable. But the publicly traded stocks incentivize that. So we're all anarchist capitalists then, yet correct? Yeah. Probably.
It's nice in theory, but when you get down to it, people's greed will get the best of them in that scenario as well.
Yeah.
And sure, you know, you could say, oh well, just don't buy from that, but most people don't know better.
You have to account for
people...
human nature and our awfulness. That's why God gave us guns.
Real.
That's why we got the right to pew-pews. Remember to check in, lurking lambs. Back from ads and chores. What did I miss? We're talking about big corporations and why they're bad. We've been talking a good chunk about politics.
Yeah, I added the tag, I believe, so it should be good, but...
We did add the tag, didn't we? What tags do we have?
I mean, double check that edited thing, make sure it went
Why do
through.
I still have the debut tag?
Okay, I changed that, and I don't know why it's back.
This is definitely not my
keeps
debut.
coming back. I've removed it twice now.
I'll always come back.
And Disney's a good example.
We talking about anarcho-capitalism?
Yep, we want to stop being a means.
We
and
are
became
talking
the
about
end.
anarcho-capitalism. So Disney is an example of a bad, big corporation? Yeah, absolutely. Not a lot of people realize it, but Disney has basically monopolized childhood. Like the boomers grew up with their Disney movies, and they grew up with an association with it, that everything they put out is like high quality, family appropriate content. So whenever they raised their kids, they got, you know, a maybe less family friendly Disney that pushed some morals that weren't so great. A lot of Disney movies are actually very Gnostic in their values. A lot of the plot is fight against authority figure / father figure. I want to do what I do, and I follow my heart. And like it's so stupid. Like take the Little Mermaid for instance. You have Ariel, who is this young child of 16 who fights back from her father, who is the king of this underwater utopia. Like, we never see the mermaid kingdom is a bad place. Like, for all intents and purposes, everything we see in that movie is like perfection, like that's a perfect society utopia underwater. And Ariel wants to follow her heart and go to another world where it is not her kingdom and go against her father, who is king, to Disney is Antichrist propaganda unironically. Like, you look at all these movies. Wreck-It Ralph is another one. You have the thing of villains good. He actually, one of the main antagonists, the main character Ralph goes against, who is in fact the bad guy of his game, goes against a carpenter who fixes everything that he touches. Does that sound familiar? Every time that he loses the game, he gets cast down from the top of the main building down to his pit. Does that not sound like a familiar story? Yeah, I could go on and on about like hidden Gnostic messaging in a lot of these movies, because it all has like a very similar plot. There's this perfect utopia that is very yeah, that's actually way too on the nose, isn't it? Like, if you actually analyze these things and not like let the emotions of the actual stories get to you. Thank you for the raid, Blake the Nerd. Thank you for the raid.
Welcome in.
Welcome in, raiders. Yeah, it's crazy just how much everything's thinly veiled satanic propaganda. God bless you, Neil. Oh, thank you.
God bless you too, Blake.
God bless you too. But yeah, what was I going on about? Disney movies. The main plot of a lot of these movies is there's this perfect utopia that one character is living in, but they uncover that the perfect utopia actually isn't perfect, and the leadership of that perfect utopia is corrupt and evil, and they have to follow their heart and break the standards of that perfect utopia to overthrow the super big bad guy at the top of that utopia. Like, does this not sound familiar? Does this not sound like the world's viewpoints of Christianity? Like, if you had to make
there was a really good video on that, honestly,
as Satan, if you had to make a movie as Satan to trick kids into thinking God is lame and that rules are bad and the guardrails that society puts up for morality are stupid, and a thing with corruption instead of like love and care for people. Have I ever played a JRPG? Does Pokemon count? Counterpoint, Lion King is my favorite movie. It's okay to like Disney movies, but just be careful about some of the morals that they can instill subconsciously.
Yeah. JRPGs can get really blatant with a lot of yeah.
Yeah, a lot of Japanese media can be very blatant on religious
being against organized religion in general.
Japan has a thing against organized religion. I would not make a very good. Oh my goodness, nuts! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs again. Thank you. My goodness. But I completely lost my train of thought. I
also
apologize. There definitely isn't any church bad in Xenoblade.
Actually, that was part of Knots.
There absolutely is. I've never played Xenoblade. I'm really not that much of a gamer. Like I love my Pokemons and my Zeldas. Neo?
He's here.
Neo, are you here? Are you lurking? Doesn't he have some nice things though? Like a man and a woman loving each other after finding each other, then living happily afterwards. They need a god, obviously, but you know, like some of the more classic Disney movies, like Snow White or Sleeping Beauty or Cinderella, were pretty okay.
Back when Walt was alive.
Back when Walt was alive and not frozen under Disney World.
Yeah.
There's a paradoxical relationship between Japanese culture and the introduction of Christianity in the country.
Yeah. It's true.
Fun fact that I very much don't believe was a coincidence is that Hiroshima and Nagasaki were big headquarters for Christian movements in Japan. There were a lot of churches there and a lot of Christians there. So it was probably not a coincidence that those were the cities that were targeted.
Yeah, they were Catholic-centric.
In World War II.
Yeah, that's true. They were Catholic-centric areas. Yeah.
Yeah, wild. There are no coincidences in life. Everything is a part of God's plan. I think I remember thank you for the head pats. The actor for Jesus in The Chosen, he did a lovely interview where he talked on the I could talk all day about World War II conspiracy.
Oh, real?
Yeah, real. But then we could be getting into very dangerous territory on Twitch.
Yeah, we'll dive past that. Not
we'll
not a
go
live
right
stream.
past
not
that
a live
one.
stream topic.
That's a Twitter talk.
That's Twitter. that's Twitter talk.
That's Twitter talk. We can talk about World War II on Twitter, not so much Twitch. Did you know that there was a guy who survived both bombs?
True.
I think I remember that story. The church I go to planted a church in Kyoto, Japan. That's base. Very. Let's Christianize Japan.
Real.
Real. I don't remember the original target, but there was too many clouds, so they had to change targets. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Then there's a Twitter talk. Just wait until I get like a Rumble, okay? Rumble, Kick, one of those that I can move over to. Just in case. I miss when villains in movies were just evil. Yeah, there is no such thing as like just an evil villain that doesn't have some like tragic backstory. Like I miss when we just had pure evil for the sake of evil that we could fight against. That's why I love Freerin. We actually didn't watch the new Freerin episode. Didn't that come out like 2 days ago?
Oh, we need to watch that.
We do need to watch that. I'm so excited for that. I can't believe I missed it. I got so caught up in in hanging out with you guys that I completely forgot about one of the things I love. That's how awesome you guys are. Freewind is so good.
You know,
Like,
localizers.
watching people mauling on social media about demons being actually just plain bad and not misunderstood creatures, and like it being completely justified to just end them on sight. Like people being mad that demons are bad and deserve to be ended.
Well, you've got a dichotomy here. You got your has-been hotelers, and you got your free run watchers. You know.
There's a spectrum. Has been hotel to free rent. Where do you guys land on the scale of demon sympathizer? No way, demons are bad. Really? Demons bad? You don't say. What's your opinion on Demon Slayer? I've never watched it, but it kind of skews me out that like the 14-year-old girl who turns into a demon magically gets like a giant bosom that needs to be displayed and highly animated.
So I've watched it, and like that aside, overall I watched like the first season maybe. I stopped at Infinity Train. But it's good overall. Like the writing, the animation, it's good.
Hey, Bats. Thank you.
Hello, Zerodbug.
Freerin hates demons confirmed. Yeah. If I get to be like a big successful VTuber and get lots of monies, I wanna spend those monies on like a really sick animation of of myself just like laying waste to some demons if I can. Like I think that would be so sick. Demon Slayer Maria. Absolutely. I wanna Samson! Hi Samson!
Samson!
Wait, did we get a raid and not notice it? Oh my goodness, there's an ad! There's an ad! I'm so sorry, non-sub people. Oh, thank you for your very muscular support, Samson. Ah! Not the baptism. Okay, big chug of water. Here we go.
Ad jail. It do be like that. It do.
I feel very hydrated now, thank you. Agile, I'm sorry, Samson. I say thank you very much. In Doom Eternal Ancient Gods, you can kill the guy who is basically Satan, who is also equated to God. They say Satan is the one who created everything. Oh gee Lord, he's Christian. Maybe we play a little bit of Doom sometime.
OG Doom, not the remake.
OG Doom, one of the ones that doesn't have like a large amount of satanic.
So like no, actually when it comes to the Doom 2016 was it? In the song, what song was that? In the song, in one of the songs.
Ami, hi Ami, thank you for the raid.
You got me on something. You got me on something here though. Let's see.
Okay, let Desmo speak.
Let me see if I can. Well, everything's loading so slow. Hang on, I'll do it on my phone.
Eh? How about Brutal Doom? I'm not too aware of all of the Doom games that exist.
I think it's a mod.
I know my computer can't run probably the most high specs games out there. My computer completely chugged trying to play what was it? Helldivers 2. Thank you for the follow. Thank you.
So okay, so
Okay, speak your piece, Desmond.
in Doom 2016, the song Cyber Demon, what they did in that song, making that song, they converted image into sound, which is why it has some strange, this song has some strange like kind of weird whoosh sound effects. those sounds are literally pentagrams and 666 images converted into sound. So when you're playing that, you're playing those images converted to sound.
Yeah, that's probably not good for your psyche. So we will be staying away from that one, at least. We'll have to do some research on the games. Mark Gordon is a really talented composer, though. Yeah,
Talented,
maybe just don't put pentagrams in your songs.
Talented composer, metal, sure. Good, maybe not. That's the Doom 2016.
Good in a moral sense, at least.
Doom 2016 in particular. I don't think that was in the original.
Yeah.
Question
Turn
mark.
music off. I could play Doom, turn the music off, and then put on my own my own music. Just have it be like the most anime kawaii music possible. Like completely different in tone from the rest of the game. What about Five Nights at Freddy's? I'm still waiting for Samson to play that one. Everyone was bullying Samson into playing it because he will for sure brown his pants playing it. I'm a little bit less of a baby about horror games, but I would love to see Samson play it. Especially since he has a VR headset. We could bully him into playing the VR Five Nights at Freddy's game. Like that would go so hard as a stream. Absolutely. To put on Christian metal while you play Doom, that could also work. I think it would be more funny. I'm a huge baby horror game big skilly. Oh, you afraid of a little pixel? You afraid of some pixels?
Be nice to my brother there.
It's okay. I will have to answer to him tomorrow. We are doing a collab tomorrow with the Samson VT, one of my besties of all time. A very lovely brother in Christ who we should be giving a shout out to.
You are right.
You're slacking.
Listen.
You've been too busy talking about Doom to do your
Let's see
duty.
if your bot's working now.
I think it should be.
I don't think it is.
No?
No.
Well, do it the manual.
Mhm. I thought you said you fixed that now.
I fixed all of my other things. All the other commands.
But not.
At least the ones that I had on stream
But
element.
not the shout out command.
There we go. Shout out Samson VT. Go follow him. To be honest with you, I am not a huge watcher of YouTubers or streamers in general. And Samson is basically my Oshi. Of all the people that I have watched on Twitch, I find him to be the most entertaining. He is so funny. And he's a very charismatic guy, and I am so looking forward to collabing with him. You're my hero. No, you, fishy. Get out of here. But yes, go follow Samson. Give him a follow. Give him all your money. Give him all of the gifted subs and pay his fishy fund so that he can live. Spoil the man. And bully him into browning his pants looking at a bear on a screen. Are you spooked, Simpson? Are you a little bit scared? Forfeit all mortal possessions to the beast. Absolutely. He's such a great friend too. Yeah. Freight Train, absolutely. Samson has been one of my closest friends off stream, and one of the people who have encouraged me most with my debut and with this little venture of mine. I can't thank him enough for the encouragement that he's given me this entire time. But love the dude, absolutely love the dude. Cannot recommend him enough.
Cool, bro.
Absolutely. If you like me, you will 100% like him. He's not as cute girl as me, but he is a verified adorable VTuber.
Yep, I'm an animatronic. I've been Freddy Fazbear all along.
Yes, he's been Freddy Fazbear
Freddy
the whole time, guys.
Because if you give birth to Freddy Fazbear, then you become.
If you give birth to Freddy Fazbear, then that's no good, because he come out and he go ho 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 ho. Is this what my streaming career has become? I sure hope none of you clip any of this. I already have my best performing clip being age doesn't matter. That I've been scared. Oh my goodness. Oh, hydrate. I have to drink my agua.
At this point, I've also been hydrating.
Yes. We are very well hydrated people at the moment. Thank you. My goodness. We've already been going for 2.5 hours almost. I do need to get to the reading at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we gotta read at some point for sure.
At some point, but I've been having so much fun just talking with you guys. My voice is finally like getting used to just yapping for such long stretches. What book? We're reading a very good apologetics book called I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. And I have been, well, wait, you were one of the top people. How did you, on the quiz, how did you not know what book we were reading?
To be fair,
it was a lot of common sense, but I told you guys didn't really.
he was joking.
Okay. I'm autistic. My funny sensors are a bit skewed. Tell Frey he's cute. You can't deny it if we all say it. His soda's pretty cute at least. I've seen his emotes. ZM Art, thank you for the raid, and also thank you for your awesome fan art that you gave me. I still remember that. I saw it on Twitter and I went, oh! It looked awesome. But yes, we should probably get to reading soon. Yeah, good to see you, ZM. Rain. I have to come up with a rain message for my channel. I haven't figured one out. I don't know if you guys have any suggestions. I don't know if I'm that good at coming up with stuff like that.
Unboxing a trial run of some new stream tech. Very nice.
Ooh, what was the stream tech? Wow, the church was full. What are we reading? We're gonna be reading I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. Book Apologetics and Why Christianity is True. Very, Very pog, very awesome. The shepherd leads the pack, something like that. Something like that. Oh my goodness, unboxed.
Oh, Cooler Master has a new Stream Deck equivalent. Modular and has faders. Nice.
Ooh, very nice.
My case actually is an older Cooler Master case, so I can appreciate Cooler Master's stuff. Their product's pretty decent.
Incoming ball raid. Bautism raid. Maybe. I really won't be able to give you guys merchandise it's just like one of those hats. Except it says, please be patient, I have bautism. That's one of my dreams as a VTuber. Get that as merchandise. I don't know exactly where to make something like that, but I really want it for you guys. How many of you would buy that and wear it?
Bautist Stampede.
Bautist Stampede? That's a good one. That's a good one. We are in awe of your tism.
I'm gonna check back in again. I keep on doing it because my brain keeps telling me to push the button over and over again.
Push the button. I have high functioning bautism. I've joined the war on bautism.
On the side, of autism.
We also need that shirt. I will be lurking. Good night, y'all. And as always, may God favor you in all that you do. Rich, please. Oh, thank you, Knots. You've very much been a blessing tonight, and I thank you for being here and being so generous. Thank you. Ooh, high-functioning bautism gang. Remember to check in, lurking lambs. Hit that check
Or
in.
lurk.
Check in or lurk redeems. It only costs you one. Wait, what did I name? What did I name it?
Bawbucks.
Bawbucks. Yeah, Bawbuck. It costs you one Bawbuck to get the check-in redeem and help my numbers stay accurate, because Twitch is big stinky and doesn't like to count you if you're a bit shy and don't feel like talking.
I mean, they really shot themselves in the foot in the sense that there are a lot of people who love to listen in on stuff, but not like, engage. And I think that's honestly perfectly valid.
Oh,
it's a little crazy that they
I get my
Neo.
my Mountain Dew Baja Blast.
I see you, Neo. I see you, brother.
Hello, my feathered friend, Lieutenant Neo. Hey, water sis. Hello. But yes, some content just isn't very interactive. Like my readings, the interaction goes down significantly when I'm reading because people are just paying attention. That or they're relaxing and just, just going to bed. So
Yeah.
Twitch is run by liberals.
Correct. Absolutely.
Correct.
But yeah, no, like especially in this day and age where podcasts are so popular too, because people just largely listen to those. Like they don't. I mean, sure, there's some interaction to some degree, but like you're shooting yourself in the foot when you're discounting the silent listening audience who just want to turn something on, listen, and just kind of have that playing in the background as they go about their day. Like
whatever happened to the appreciation for background noise?
Right?
It ran away. Oh, thank you for the head hats. Thank you. But yes,
Right. Any way to save a buck. That goes back into being publicly traded, though.
Yeah, the publicly traded companies. I guarantee you that was not a decision that was made with the consumers in mind. It was to make the people who gambled happier with their life choices.
How many points do you need for VIP, Samson? You specifically?
You specifically? 5 million.
Huh.
5 million. A small loan of $1 million bucks.
Small loan of that's my brother Samson. Where's the VIP button?
Where's the VIP button? I would have made Samson a mod, but he specifically requested not to be a mod. For some reason. I forget the exact reason, but he did request I don't make him a mod in return for making me a mod in his streams. Many, many hours of watching to reach that number. Yeah, and it'll be worth every second. Unless Desmo just goes ahead and gives him a free VIP for being one of her best friends or some crap like that. Being a mod is quite a responsibility. I mean, at least for Desmo. he's head moderator. He controls basically everything stream side. Make sure it all goes and runs well, and whenever there's tech issues, like he runs around like a chicken with his head cut off trying to figure it out. Everyone say thank you, Bear Man, in the chat to give Desmo the appreciation he deserves. Thank you, Bear Man, in the chat. I would have been fishy to have Samson on. We love Bear Man. Thank you, Freddy 5 Bear. Fun fact, I recently put a bunch of emotes in my Discord, and I have like a ton of them for Desmo in there to use because I love him and I want to give him nice things.
Oh, I'll try to see if it works.
But I gave him a little emote of like the plushie version of Freddy Fazbear busting it down. Busting it down spooky style.
Sounds like something you'd do.
Yeah. I also gave him an emote of like the bear in the big blue house, like him going up to the camera and sniffing it, and just it cracks me up. It's really funny to give people stinky tests. My goodness. Oh, the 4-minute stream. Okay, I accidentally streamed at least a couple times now.
Appreciate it all.
Because I was trying to record something on my screen with OBS, and I accidentally hit go live instead of record. Either that or it automatically streams whenever I hit record. So I accidentally streamed for like 5 minutes without realizing it until people like be like, hey, I got a notification. Did you plan to stream today at like 2 p.m.? And I'm like, no, I didn't. Where are these emotes? They're in my Discord. Kindly, Desmo, could you post a link to the Discord in the chat, please? I would love to see you all in there. I post a lot of fun stuff there. Hello, Captain Sammy. Good to see you again.
Discord link? Okay, yeah, give me a sec.
Discord link. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
I guess I put that in there.
Yeah, you got it working. Yeah, you got that one working.
Yippee! Thank you, Neo.
Appreciated.
Very appreciated. It's my birthday week and I haven't planned anything properly yet. Need some inspiration and some help getting stuff together. There's been a lot of birthdays in January Fun fact, Desmo's birthday is this week.
That's true.
I don't know if you want me to say the day.
Not the exact day.
because
We'll just say it's around the 15th.
It's around the 15th. But yes, Desmo's birthday is coming soon. He's going to turn old. Old years old.
Mine isn't exactly the 15th, it's just near the 15th.
One of the days surrounding the 15th.
Happy early birthday to you as well, Neo.
Should I say happy
are-
womb eviction day?
We are birthday buddies within
Birthday
the
buds.
near span of time.
Yes. My birthday is still a ways away.
And it is Big Barry's birthday today, it seems as well. Happy birthday.
Oh my goodness, Big and Berry, happy birthday! If only that one gifted sub went to you that we messed up on. But happy birthday, Big and Berry. I'm glad that you spend it with me and not other people. I don't know why you want to spend it with me, but I'm honored that this is how you spend your time. Happy Spawn Day. Unfortunately, my birthday is in July. July is fine. Don't knock July. I like July. My birthday is in May. Towards the beginning of May. So you'll have that to look forward to in the future. Some kind of super special birthday stream that I have no idea what I'm gonna do for. I am happy to take suggestions. How screwed is a March birthday? You have to share it with a leprechaun, so it's pretty pretty low on the tier list. Sorry, mate. My youngest sister's birthday is near the start of May too. Nice. I don't know if it would be wise to say my exact birthday.
It's around May the 4th. Let's just say that. Close to May.
May the 4th.
Close to May the 4th.
Close to May the 4th. Wouldn't it? It would be like a Chad move to just say our birthdays, but like it's close to that day.
That'd be quite the Chad move to say yes. This is close to one of these days. That's our birthday, you know.
That's my uncle's birthday. Where I booked my hotel in Prague, which we'll be visiting in 3 weeks. Oh my goodness.
Very nice.
Good luck on your trip. I don't know how far away Prague is from your country, but safe travels regardless. My birthday is one of the days of the year. Oh my goodness, really? That's a very unique birthday.
One of the days of the years of all time.
One of the days of the year of all time. Also, we have an ad break in like 3 minutes. Prepare yourselves accordingly. Prepare for potty breaks.
You know, Nia, once I get work stuff figured out and I get my finances back in order, I'd be more than down. I just gotta get work figured out long term.
Yeah, but then we would have to go to Europe.
Listen.
You've been to Europe before, though.
I have. This is true.
You found their cider to be more than pleasing.
Ireland, yeah. Night, noob. You have a good one, brother.
Oh, good night, noob. It was good to have you. Thank you for joining in.
Noob's a real one. He's an OG back from the previous iteration.
Yeah. Lots of friends who knew me from my past life. I'll take you both to my medieval reenactment events in the summer if you'd like. Maybe. I want to see if there is a medieval times, perhaps near Orlando. That would be really rad to go to during Reach, I think. If we got like a bunch of people for a reservation to just, oh my goodness, get the subs.
Beanie
Thank
Dude
you.
VA. Thank you.
Beanie Dude VA. Thank you for the 5 gifted. I can look now. Thank you for saving the people from ads. You are a real one. Thank you, Beanie. It did good. Bigoted Berry. No.
Yeah.
No.
I learned
Maybe
I learned
next
I learned the
time.
lesson of just choosing the default gifted sub, making it ooh, like sorry. Ooh, random. The default gifted sub is just entirely random. You gotta click on their name specifically and then go into the stuff for that.
Yeah. Maybe next time. You have to be real careful about that. We've learned. New sub army.
Yeah, it's one of
Awesome.
Beanie Dudes.
Yeah. So we got Hope and Verity, Kevin J, Dimethus, Ami, Iliwami, and Otaku DXDSPN. Congratulations on your lottery win with that gifted sub.
Ah, fair enough. Night Beanie
Let's
Dude,
go.
Night Rave Master. Y'all have a good one.
Oh, good night, Rave Master.
And Beanie Dude, he's heading off as well.
Oh, Beanie Dude, just gonna.
Yeah, he just heading off. I want to drop some love.
Oh, thank you, Beanie. You're such a blessing. Thank you.
That's appreciated, brother.
Absolutely. You guys have crushed the sub goal. Do you guys just take pride in completely smashing everything that I set out to do? You guys,
Breaking through that ceiling
Every
and moving,
time.
keep on moving even more.
yeah, you guys have a vendetta against ceilings. My experience is that medieval events in the US sadly have been taken over by Ren Fair people and all the fantasy shenanigans they bring with it, especially since the US doesn't really have a medieval experience like we have in Europe.
Yeah.
There
Valid.
wasn't really a medieval America. Go to that time frame and it's just a bunch of, Indian people living in the woods.
Well, that's one way to put it, I guess.
Fine, living in the woods, doing child sacrifices. Does that make it better?
Okay. Oy, oy, oy.
I very much do not approve of paganism. Can you tell? Go put on some chapstick. Enjoy my funny faces.
Isn't that just Canada now?
Yes. In fact. Except they've moved on to everybody sacrifices with the maid program.
Huh.
They've expanded their horizons. The closest thing to medieval America was the 1600s or the 1700s colonial stuff, especially the southern frontier. Holy schmoly! I live in the most immigrated part of Canada. You don't have to tell me. I am so sorry for your loss. I pray that you can move to America one day and become a proper citizen of a proper country. Maria does not approve of painting with all the colors of the wind. Absolutely not. Pocahontas is another one of those movies that subtle Gnostic themes. Indians killing each other, then the Europeans came and showed them who was boss. Alright, we're getting to that speed run. Twitch ban any percent. It's not stolen land, it's just taken by the better people. It would have been taken over by other Indians if we wouldn't have come over. Yeah, there's America is a conquered land, not a stolen land.
There is a difference.
There is a difference.
Wars were fought.
Yes.
Largely one-sided wars, but
One-sided because, well, the quote-unquote colonizers had, guns and were more technically advanced, which I think, you kind of are able to take what you want by that point. Like, it was not just, natives playing patty cake with each other and singing kumbaya around a fire and just enjoying nature. Like, they were brutal. They were completely brutal people.
Scalping
and child sacrifice and like all these things that come with paganism. Like, they were not good people for the most part. Headbutts! Thank you. Thank you, Neo, for the headbutt.
Hollywood. Hollyweird.
Yeah, Hollyweird definitely pushes agenda when it comes to demonizing the foundation of the United States. They every chance they get, they paint white people as the bad guys in whatever situation they're in. Some people just need lead poisoning. Maybe not that far. Maybe not that far. They did bad, so we had to punish. They did bad, so we had to end it and build the greatest country on earth. Wait, that's what it was.
Then the central bank arrived.
And then the central bank arrived. And then we slowly started to ruin it because we can't have anything nice. Except Jesus. We have Jesus all the time. And he's the best thing of all. My mom likes to point out every time we watch a show or movie for the people with tiny hair.
Oh, they shut it down.
Either.
Shut it down.
Shut it. Are you talking about the yous? Them's my peoples, Think about it. This country was so good when it was rooted in Christian values. Absolutely.
Yes.
Like, the main reason that this country is going downhill is explicitly because of losing Christian values. Like, just look at the biggest hit to society. Like, the invention of birth control, I think, is the biggest mistake that we have ever had in this country. Hey Grace, what I miss? We were talking about the U's and Hollyweird. I'm being centrist right now. Yeah, degeneracy came over. The biggest mistake in American history was making sex relatively consequence free. I say the 19th was the worst that happened. Well, the 19th led up to birth control being it was the catalyst. So I kind of agree with you to an extent. Like, we really should have kept voting rights at just landowners. We should have kept it at landowners. If you don't own a piece of this country and have something to lose by, like, going under, like, why should you have a say in what happens? Why would you have a say in what happens? Like, you have nothing to lose, pretty much. Your neck isn't on the line. Like, you've threatened to move to Canada 15 times. Why should you get to decide what happens in this country? Why are you reading my mind? I'm just based like that. You don't own anything. You don't have any skin in the game. Yeah. Like, is it that hard of a concept to like If you don't own a share in something, you don't get to say what happens to that something. Quick, what do you think about multiculturalism? Mistake. Not being able to not being able to mesh with your neighbors cultural wise is also a bad thing for societies. Multiculturalism is a mistake. Like, Chinese food tastes good, whatever. Like, the very shallow things of different cultures are like a very small positive, but the negatives completely outweigh any positives of multiculturalism. Diversity is in fact not our strength. Like, it is absolutely not our strength. If you can't speak the language, yeah, especially if you can't even communicate with your neighbor, like, we are still getting into politics. Do we have that tag?
Yeah, I added the let's see, I'll triple check because, like,
yeah, triple check that.
Yeah, politics and citizen-sensitive social issues has been selected. It's showing it as selected,
cool.
At least. So
awesome. All right, guys, let's go ham. But like, it's very important for this internal sense of belonging in people to have a consistent culture surround them. It's not even like your next door neighbor being from a different country, but like, even like social media, being exposed to all these things that all of these ideas that are non-native to your area, I think is bad for your mental health. All things considered, like your biology considered, like, you weren't meant to be exposed to this much discourse. You weren't meant to be exposed to this many ideas, most of them being bad ideas at that, like very stupid ideas. Like, we need a Christian culture, not this demon worship crap. They put a drag Hindu
a dang Hindu statue. Texas, not drag.
Oh, a dang. I thought that said drag. Oh my goodness, I'm losing it. You need to go to the nail salon. Got it down. Got it down. There is a bit of the pendulum swinging back. I think people have noticed the erosion of culture, our culture, and it may be too far gone at this point, and not all that reversible.
It depends. The only things that would change things up enough, I think, are things that are not quite savory and not worth talking about on Twitch.
Identity and culture matters. Growing up, I was told to ignore where I come from, and I felt lost most of the time. Now I've been reconnecting with my ancestry and my people, and I've never felt better. Yeah. I left for 5 minutes, now we're talking about the Civil War. My goodness. We need reformation.
Strongly.
Yeah. Yes, we need to bring back community. And like a very clear community with a central culture surrounding Christianity and its values at the very least. Like, even if it's just the basics of, you know, no murdering, no stealing, no adultery, no basic 10 commandments, outside of forcing people to believe in the faith, because I don't think that does anybody any good. It just gives Christians kind of a bad name for forcing things on people. But aside from forcing belief in God, is just holding people to God's moral standards, at the very least, for a country. We need a 10th crusade. My goodness, chat. But yes, multiculturalism was a failed experiment in most places. You never really see multiculturalism toted anywhere else but European countries and Western countries, particularly North American, the United States and Canada. Like, white-centric countries are the ones being targeted with multiculturalism. You don't see that in Mexico. You don't see that in Africa.
You don't see that in China.
You don't see that in China. You don't see that in Asian countries for the most part. Like, Japan has been being hit with it a little bit. But they've been fighting back on it. My goodness. I dare say it was...
Never an experiment. Honestly, agreed.
Yeah. But, like, if you really look at it, it's only in European-centered countries, like either Europe itself or, countries that were formed under its rule. Like, it's not anywhere else in the world that, people aren't allowed to have their homelands. If you're a black person and you want to be around majority other black people, you go to somewhere in Africa. You have a whole continent for yourself. You're Asian. You go to Asian countries and it's 99% Asian. You're Hispanic. You have, the entirety of South America. But if you're white and you want to be in a country that is full of white people, there's nowhere. There's pretty much nowhere. You can't do it nowadays. They got rid of all the countries that were founded by white people. Like, you go to France now and it looks like the Middle East. we are definitely getting spicy for Twitch. That band speedrun is coming along quickly. Yeah, they labeled us white devils. Like, we are not more evil than any other race. Like, we have our bad actors. We have whatever.
I don't find whites go to Starbucks.
We are capable of atrocities like any other race, any other nation, any other people.
But what matters most, though, is culture over anything. Cold Coffee Tuesday saying, serious question, though. He has a Hispanic heritage, but he was born and raised in the States. He doesn't speak Spanish. Does he have to go back? Where would he go? Honestly, no.
No.
Hey.
It does not matter your ethnicity.
Not so much, no.
Your ethnicity doesn't really matter, all things considered. It's far more the culture that you were raised in. It's one thing for someone who is not European to be raised in a European country and like completely acclimated to the culture. At that point, it's a skin deep difference. Like, it really doesn't matter as long as you assimilate to the culture of the country. You assimilate to the culture that you are in. But every place that they are importing people from the third world, from all these other countries, like, they are not trying to assimilate in the slightest, like at all. They're building their own like little communities in the countries that they're in, and they're trying to block off pieces of these towns, pieces of these cities, to be just like, little Somalia, little Uganda, little Mexico, little wherever. And it's completely inaccessible to anyone who is native to the country they were born in. It's ridiculous. Like, why come to a country other than to profit off of its wealth and success as a country? Like, you have no love for this nation that you're in. All of your alliance goes back to your home country.
Yeah.
Not us. not the country that you've pledged allegiance to legally be here in the first place. Like, it is my firm belief that if you immigrated here and you signed an oath to be loyal to this country and give up your loyalty to your previous country, if you are caught
Nice.
bashing this country, sending money, huge amounts of money, back to your home country, not bothering to learn the language of the people who live there, you clearly don't have alliance here. Like, you're just leeching off of the opportunities that are here and taking away those opportunities that are supposed to go to the citizens. Alright. My lawyers say that I must calm down. No dual citizenships, in my opinion. I can agree to that.
You know, Jesus above all.
Jesus above all. Absolutely. Thank you for the head pats. Thank you. But I think
I would much rather have a nation of Christians above all else.
Christian is the ultimate culture that we should all strive for. I love Jesus and I love America. Yeah. Christ over everything.
Yep.
Amen.
See, I'm actually a monarchist, but only for one particular king, and that is Jesus Christ.
Yes. Jesus is king. Christ is king. That is the only monarch that should be in power. If things were perfect, then Jesus would be the head of everything. And culture would not matter at all. Color would not matter at all. No matter who you are as a person, does not matter. Thank you for the head pats. I hope everyone had a good night. I'm heading out. Well, bye-bye, Top Hat Century. I hope you have a good night and you sleep well. No earthly king. There is only one suited to that role. Absolutely. Night-night. I need to quench my throat before probably moving on to my book reading for all of you who wish to stick around for that. That way you can study up for the next quiz and you can get yourself a gifted sub if you win. It's a very competitive thing. I look ridiculous drinking out of a straw. I look utterly ridiculous. But yes, let's move on to our literature. faith in Christ Almighty. Amen. Let us move on to my wonderful book here. I wish to show all of you. I will not be reading chat quite as much. I will rely on Desmo to keep me updated with any important chats. But please do check in every 30 minutes or so if you are able to, if you are not unconscious and sleeping. I would very much appreciate if you would do that for me so my numbers can be accurate. Because Twitch is very sticky. But we covered last time on our book why truth is important and why truth is actually knowable. Truth is not subjective but objective, and it doesn't matter what we think about the truth or how we feel about it. The truth is still true now, in the past, everywhere in the world. It is true for everyone at all times. And that was the gist of the last chapter. So the truth is knowable, and there is a way to receive knowledge of the real truth of the universe. Desmo, could we switch over to my book screen after you are done typing out whatever you're gonna type out?
Let's go ahead and go.
I can feel your, I can hear your little clickety clacky on the on the keyboard. But yes, I think it might be cut off a little bit, actually. The page. We want to be able to read everything.
See what we can do.
Okay. So sorry to inconvenience you. Watch Desmo play around with the overlay ASMR. In my land there is a saying, the truth does not sin, but it is uncomfortable. Yes. Jesus is the truth. He's the truth, the way, and the life. Not accepting the truth is not accepting Jesus. Alright. We should have everything all good, right? There we go. That's good. But yes, remember to check in, people. We've got an ad in about 3 minutes. I will read this section and then give a little break. Oh, good night, God-fearing Gator. Good night. I hope you rest well. Alright. Chapter 2. Why should anyone believe anything at all? People almost invariably arrive at their beliefs not on the basis of proof, but on the basis of what they find attractive. Author and speaker James Sire conducted an eye-opening interactive seminar for students at college and universities across the country. The seminar is called Why Should Anyone Believe Anything at All? With such an intriguing title, the event usually attracts a large audience. Sire begins by asking those in the audience this question. Why do you believe what they believe? Wait, why do people believe what they believe? My goodness. Despite the wide variety of answers, Sire shows that each answer he gets fits into one of these 4 categories: sociological, psychological, religious, and philosophical. Oh, we even have a nice little chart. Beginning on the left, Sire goes through the reasons in each category by asking his students, is that a good reason to believe something? If he gets sharp students, like he would at Southern Evangelical Seminary, the dialogue might go something like this. Sire, I see that many of you cited sociological factors. For example, many people have beliefs because their parents have those same beliefs. Do you think that alone is a good reason to believe something? Students, no, parents can sometimes be wrong. Sire, okay, what about cultural influences? Do you think people ought to believe something just because it's accepted culturally? Students, no, not necessarily. The Nazis had a culture that accepted the murder of all Jews. That sure doesn't make it right. Just keep an eye on ads, because I know we have one in about 20 seconds, so I don't want to get too ahead of myself.
I snoozed it for 5 minutes.
Oh, we snoozed it. Good. Okay. Back to get through with it. Sire, good. Now, some of you mentioned psychological factors such as comfort. Is that a good reason to believe something? Students, no, we're not comfortable with that. Seriously, comfort is not a test for truth. We might be comfortable by the beliefs that there's a God out there who cares for us, but that doesn't necessarily mean he really exists. Likewise, a junkie might be temporarily comforted by a certain type of drug. That drug might actually kill him. Sire, so you're saying the truth is important because there can be consequences when you're wrong. Students, yes, if someone is wrong about a drug, they might take too much and die. Likewise, if someone is wrong about the thickness of the ice, they might fall in and freeze to death. Sire, so for pragmatic reasons, it makes sense that we would only believe in things that are true. Students, of course, over the long run, truth protects from error and harm. Sire, okay, so sociological and psychological reasons alone are not adequate grounds for believing something. What about religious reasons? Some mention the Bible, others mention the Quran. Still, others got their beliefs from priests or gurus. Should you believe something just because some religious source or holy book says so? Students, no, because the question arises, whose scripture or whose source should we believe? After all, they teach contradictory things. Sire, can you give me an example? Students, well, the Bible and the Quran, for example, can't both be true because they contradict one another. The Bible says that Jesus died on the cross and rose 3 days later, while the Quran says he existed, but he didn't die on the cross. If one's right, the other is wrong. Then again, if Jesus never existed, both of them are wrong. Sire, so how can we educate between, say, the Bible and Quran? Students, we need some proof outside of those so-called scriptures to help us discover which, if either, are true. Sire, from which category could we derive such proofs? Students, all we have left is the philosophical category. Sire, but how can someone's philosophy be a proof? Isn't that just someone's opinion? Students, no, we don't mean philosophy in that sense of the word, but in the classic sense of the word, where philosophy means finding the truth through logic, evidence, and science. Sire, excellent. So with that definition in mind, let's ask the same question of the philosophical category. Is someone worth believing if it's rational, if it's supported by evidence, and if it best explains all the data? Students, that certainly seems right to us. By exposing inadequate justifications for belief, the way is cleared for the seeker of truth to find adequate justifications. This is what an apologist does. An apologist is someone who shows how good reasons and evidence support or contradict a particular belief. And that's what we're attempting to do in this book, and it's what Sire sets up in this seminar. Sire's Socratic approach helps students realize that at least 3 things. First, any teaching, religious or otherwise, is worth trusting only if it points to the truth. Apathy about truth can be dangerous. In fact, believing error can have deadly consequences, both temporary and, if any one of a number of religious teachings are true, eternally as well. Second, many beliefs that people hold today are not supported by evidence, but only by the subjective preferences of those holding them. As Pascal said, people almost invariably arrive at their beliefs not on the basis of proof, but on the basis of what they find attractive. But truth is not a suggestive matter of taste. It's an objective matter of fact. Finally, in order to find truth, one must be ready to give up those subjective preferences in favor of objective facts. And facts are best discovered through logic, evidence, and science. And that's perfect timing for an ad. I think my reading's gotten a good bit better. Let me catch up on chat.
It slowed down since you started reading.
It has slowed down. As for the truth, I believe in the banking method. Cashiers aren't given different types of counterfeit bills. They're only given genuine ones so they can memorize them. That's why if a bill doesn't look like a real one, it's counterfeit. It's that simple. Have stream elements. I'm going now. Good night. Good night. Less stuttering for sure. Thank you. I think it's because I'm slightly more well rested. I feel less tired somehow. I miss Kahoot, but Christ is still king. Yes, maybe next time. I think my next. Hi, Astro. Hello, welcome in. Yes, I feel more well rested. I woke up at like 6 a.m. today, and it's already a bit past when I should be like at my 16-hour mark for how much people should be awake. But I shall continue on for the love of my little lambs. Can I hit a groove in chat?
Too late.
Oh, good night, Gary. Gotta get to bed since it's near midnight for me. Have a good night and rest of stream.
I think that's Jerry.
Time. Yes,
No.
Likewise, Jerry. God bless. Thank you for joining in and supporting my silly little streams. I can't thank you guys enough for all of the support that you've given me. Wait, are we in the tail end? Not exactly. I'm gonna try and aim to go for 5 hours. So we're still gonna have around 2 hours of reading. We'll be good as gold. You've got 2 hours of me audiobook.
We had like
we
had like an hour of Kahoot and 2 hours of Yap, and now we're gonna do like 2 hours of reading, I guess.
I don't think it was an hour of Kahoot.
Half an hour of Kahoot, 2.5 hours of Yap.
Oh.
Charles Q.
Banks. Charles Q. Banks. Thank you. I wish it had the same thing for like follows. So like it's hard to tell if someone like subbed to my Twitch or if someone just followed me on YouTube. Like I have to like discern that every time I see that pop
Maybe
up.
you could change the text for YouTube follows.
Maybe I can try. Yes. Also, remember to check in chat since we have an ad break. Remember to check in, but we should be back according to my screen. Let's
Lurkin' check-in time.
Yep, check-in time. Let's continue on, soldiers.
Yeah, our chat was also very fun. I agree. I had a good time.
Oh, you joined in on the
Game night.
Game night last night. I hope you had fun. I know Desmo was on for a while. I hope you enjoyed all the games.
The audience anarchy at the end was really great. We had some really good skits.
That's one of my favorite games. I'll try and be on next week. Next week I'm gonna have a more regular schedule. I'm gonna try and do like 2 days on at a time with little break days in between. So I think what I want my main schedule to be is
after this week.
After this week, Monday off, Tuesday and Wednesday streaming, Thursday off, and then Friday and Saturday on, and taking Sunday off. I think that maximizes having a consistent amount of streams during the week, but also avoids burnout or me pushing myself too hard with my voice and stuff like that. So I really need to preserve my voice a lot of the time. I think that's enough streams to keep you guys entertained and keep you guys company over time. Also, hello, Leo's Let's Play Alliance. Hello, welcome in. We are reading a lovely book on Christian apologetics, and I hope you stick around for it. But we should get back to it since we are free from ad jail. Let's see. While using logic, evidence, and science seems the best way to get at truth, there are some who still have an objection. That objection concerns logic. Namely, whose logic should we use? Eastern or Western? Western logic versus Eastern logic. Some relativists, my goodness, assert that there is a difference between Eastern logic and Western logic. Western logic is either or, but Eastern logic is both and, signified by the yin-yang symbol. That's why people in, say, India are perhaps more comfortable with contradictions than people in the West. For example, in the East, you can believe that salvation is only through Jesus, but you can also at the same time believe that people can be saved in other ways, too. It's not either one way, or many ways, but both one way and many ways. Everyone is right, even though they contradict one another. Therefore, relativists say, when you're in the East, you must use both and logic, rather than either or logic. Do you see the self-defeating problem with this assertion?
Right.
You can if you unleash the Roadrunner tactic. Simply ask the person who insists that you must use both and logic, rather than either or. Logic to answer this question. Oh my goodness, I misread that. Are you saying that when I'm in India, I must use either both and logic or nothing else? The either or does seem to emerge, doesn't it? Indeed, the very assertion that I must use both and logic in the East must use either or logic to be understood at all. Despite what relatives assert, things work in the East just like they work everywhere else. In India, just like the United States, you look both ways before you cross the street, because it's either you or the bus, not both. Likewise, 2 + 2 = 4. The same gravity keeps everyone to the ground, and murder is wrong. Murder is wrong there, just as it is in the West. Truth is, truth no matter what country you come from, and truth Oh my goodness. Truth is truth, no matter what country you come from. And truth is truth, no matter what you believe about it. Just as the same gravity keeps all people on the ground, whether they believe it or not. The same logic applies to all people, whether they believe it or not. So what's the point? The point is, there's only one type of logic that helps us discover truth. It's the one built into the nature of reality that can't be avoided, that we can't avoid using. Despite this, people will try and tell you that logic doesn't apply to reality, or logic doesn't apply to God, or that there's different types of logic, too, and so on. But as they say such things, they use the very logic they are denying. This is like using the law of arithmetic to prove that arithmetic cannot be trusted. It's important to note that we are not simply engaging in word games here. The Roadrunner tactic uses the undeniable law of logic to expose that much of what our common culture believes about truth, religion, and morality is undeniably false, which is self-defeating. That which is self-defeating cannot be true, but many Americans believe it anyways. We contradict ourselves at our own peril. So what's the point? The point is, there's only one type of logic that helps us discover truth. It's the one built into the nature of reality that we can't avoid using. Despite this, people will try and tell you that logic doesn't apply to reality. Huh? Has that been... It's twice. Why is it there twice? It's the same thing. Weird. Okay. To be burned or not to be burned? That is the question. The Roadrunner tactic is so effective because it utilizes the law of non-contradictions. The law of non-contradictions is a self-evident first principle of thought that says contrary claims cannot be both true at the same time in the same sense. In short, it says that the opposite of true is false. We all know this law intuitively and use it every day. Suppose you see a married couple on the street one day, friends of yours, and you might ask the wife if it's true that she's expecting a baby. If she says yes, and her husband says no, you don't say, "Thanks a lot, that really helped me." You think, maybe she hasn't told him, or maybe they misunderstood the question, or maybe something worse. There's one thing you know for sure, they can't both be right. The law of non-contradiction makes that self-evident to you. When investigating any question of fact, including the question of God, the same law of non-contradiction applies. Either the theists are right, God exists, or the atheists are right, God doesn't exist. Both can't be correct. Likewise, either Jesus died and rose from the dead as the Bible claims, or he did not as the Quran claims. One is right and the other is wrong. In fact, a medieval Muslim philosopher by the name of Avicenna suggested a surefire way to correct someone who denies the law of non-contradiction. He said that anyone who denies the law of non-contradiction should be beaten and burned until he admits that to be beaten is not the same as to not be beaten, and to be burned is not the same as not to be burned. A bit extreme, but you get the point. While reasonable people have no problem with the law of non-contradiction, some very influential philosophers have denied it implicitly in their teaching. Perhaps the two most influential of these are David Hume and Immanuel Kant. Many people have heard of Hume and Kant, but their teachings have affected the modern mind greatly. That's why it's important that we take a brief look at each one of them. We'll start with Hume. Hume's skepticism.
Yeah, skepticism. There you go.
Words are hard, okay? Don't bully me.
That's my job.
Shut up. Hume's skepticism. Should we be skeptical about it? Perhaps more than any other person, David Hume is responsible for the skepticism prevalent today. As an empiricist?
Empiricist, most likely, yeah.
Empiricist? Hume believed that all meaningful ideas were either true by definition or must be based on sense experience. Since according to Hume, there is no sense experience for concepts beyond the physical and metaphysical claims, those about concepts beyond the physical, including God, should not be believed because they are meaningless. In fact, Hume asserted that propositions can be meaningful only if they meet one of the following conditions. The truth claim is abstract reasoning, such as mathematical equations or a definition, e.g., 2 + 2 = 4, or all triangles have 3 sides. Or, the truth claim can be verified empirically through one or more of the 5 senses. While he claimed to be a skeptic, Hume certainly wasn't skeptical about these 2 conditions. He was obviously convinced he had the truth. In fact, he concludes his inquiry concerning human understanding with his emphatic assertion. If we take in our hand any volume of density or school metaphysics, for instance, let us ask, does it contain any abstract reasoning concerning quantity or number? No. Does it contain any experimental reasoning concerning matter, fact, and existence? No. Commit it then to the flames, for it can contain nothing but sophistry and illusion. Do you see the implications of Hume's 2 conditions? If he's correct, then any book talking about God is meaningless. You might as well use all religious text writing for kindling. Nearly 200 years later, Hume's 2 conditions were converted into the principles of empirical verifiability, which 20th century philosopher A.J. Ayer, the principle of empirical verifiability, claims that a proposition can be meaningful only if it's true by definition or if it's empirically verifiable. By the mid-1960s, this view had become the rage in university philosophical departments across the country, including the University of Detroit, where I, Norm, was a student. In fact, I took an entire class on logical positivism, which was another name for the brand of philosophy espoused by Ayer. The professor of that class, a logical positivist, was a strange breed. Though he claimed to be a Catholic, he refused to believe it was meaningful to speak about the existence of reality beyond the physical, i.e. metaphysics or God. In other words, he was an admitted atheist who told us that he wanted to convert the entire class to his brand of semantical atheism. I once asked him, how can you be both a Catholic and an atheist, ignoring the 2 millennia of official Catholic teachings? He replied, you don't have to believe in God to be a Catholic. You just have to keep the rules. On the first day of that class, the professor gave the class the task of giving presentations based on chapters in Ayer's book Logic, Truth, and Language. I volunteered to do the chapter titled The Prince of Empirical Verifiability. Now keep in mind, this principle was the very foundation of logic positivism, and thus the entire course. At the beginning of the class, the professor said, Mr. Geisler, we'll hear from you first. Keep it to no more than 20 minutes so we can have ample time for discussion. Well, since I was using the lightning-fast Roadrunner tactic, I had absolutely no trouble with the time constraints. I stood up and simply said, the principle of empirical verifiability states that there are only 2 kinds of meaningful propositions. Those that are true by definition and those that are empirically verifiable. Since the principle of empirical verifiability itself is neither true by definition, nor verifiability, nor empirically verifiable, it cannot be meaningful. That was it, and I sat down. There was a stunned silence in the room. Most of the students could see the coyote dangling in midair. They recognized that the principle of empirical verifiability could not be meaningful based on its own standard. It self-destructed in midair. In just the second class period, the foundation of that entire class had been destroyed. What was the professor going to talk about for the next 14 weeks? I'll tell you what he was going to talk about. Instead of admitting that his class and his entire philosophical outlook was self-defeating and thus false, the professor suppressed that truth, hemmed and hawed, and then went to suspect that I was behind everything that went wrong for him for the rest of the semester. His allegiance to the principle of empirical verifiability, despite its obvious fatal flaw, was clearly a matter of the will and not of the mind. There's a lot more to Hume, particularly his anti-miracle arguments, which we'll address when we get to chapter 8. But for now, the point is this: Hume's hard empiricism and that of his devotee, A.J. Ayer, is self-defeating. The claim that something can only be meaningful if it's empirically verifiable or true by definition excludes itself, because it's a statement that is neither empirically verifiable nor true by definition. In other words, Hume and Ayer try to prove too much because their method of discovering meaningful propositions excludes too much. Certainly, claims that are empirically verifiable or true by definition are meaningful. However, such claims don't comprise all meaningful statements as Hume and Ayer contend. So instead of committing all books about God to the flames, as Hume suggests, you may want to consider using Hume's books to get your fire going. Kant's agnosticism. Should we be agnostic about it? I'm going to take a little drink. Also, thank you for the lurk redeems. And whatever. Yeah, I can tell you're getting tired. Immanuel Kant's impact has been more devastating to the Christian worldview than David Hume's. For if Kant's philosophy is right, then there's no way to know anything about the real world, even empirically verifiable things. Why? Because according to Kant's structure of your senses in your mind, the structure of your senses in your mind forms all sense data, so you never really know the thing in itself. You only know the thing to you after your mind and senses form it. To get a handle on this, look for a second out the window at a tree. Kant is saying that the tree you think you're looking at appears the way it does because your mind is forming the sense data you're getting from the tree. You really don't know the tree in itself. You only know the phenomena your mind categorizes about the tree. In short, you can't know the real tree in itself. Only the tree as it appears to you. Ooh, why is it the average person on the street doesn't doubt what he sees with his own two eyes, but supposedly brilliant philosophers do? My goodness. The more we study philosophy, the more we are convicted of this. If you want to make the obvious seem obscure, just let a philosopher get a hold of it. Nevertheless, we can't avoid studying philosophy because, as C.S. Lewis said, good philosophy must exist, if for no other reason, because bad philosophy needs to be answered. Kant's philosophy is bad philosophy, yet it has convinced many people that there is an unbridgeable gulf between them and the real world, that there is no way you can get reliable knowledge about what the world is really like, much less what God is really like. According to Kant, we are locked in complete agnosticism about the real world. Thankfully, there's a simple answer to all this: the Roadrunner tactic. Kant commits the same error as Hume. He violates the law of non-contradiction. He contradicts his own premise by saying that no one can know the real world, while he claims to know something about it. Namely, that the real world is unknowable. In effect, Kant says the truth about the real world is that there's no truths about the real world. Since these self-defeating statements can stump even the sharpest minds, let's look at Kant's error another way. Kant is also making a logical fallacy called the nothing but fallacy. This is a fallacy because nothing but statements imply more than knowledge. Kant says he knows the data that gets to his brain is nothing but phenomena. But in order to know this, he would have to be able to see more than just the phenomena. In other words, in order to differentiate one thing from another thing, you have to be able to perceive where one ends and the other begins. For example, if you put a white piece of paper on a black desk, the only way you can tell where the paper ends is by seeing some of the desk that borders it. The contrast between the paper and the desk allows you to see the boundaries of the paper. Likewise, in order for Kant to differentiate the thing in the real world from that from which his mind perceives, he would have to be able to see both. But this is exactly what he says can't be done. He says only the phenomena of the mind can be known, not the nomina, his term for the real world. If there's no way to distinguish between the phenomena and the nomina, then you can't see how they might differ. And if you can't see how they might differ, then it makes much more sense to assume that they are the same. In other words, that is the idea in your mind accurately represents the thing in the real world. What we are saying is that you really do know the thing in itself. You really do know the trees you are seeing because it's being impressed on your mind through your senses. In other words, Kant was wrong. Your mind doesn't mold the tree molds your mind. Just think about a wax seal. It's not the wax that impresses the seal. It's the seal that impresses the wax. There's no gulf between your mind and the real world. In fact, your senses are your window to the world. And senses, like windows, are that through which we look at the outside world. They are not that at which we are looking. In a philosophy class I, Norm, was teaching, I pointed out the flaws in Kant's philosophy this way. I said, first, if Kant claims he can't know anything about the real world, the thing in itself, then how does he know the real world is there? And second, his view is self-defeating, but he claims that you can't know anything about the real world while asserting he knows that the real world is unknowable. One student blurted out, "No, it can't be that easy, Dr. Geisler. You can't destroy the central tenet of the last 100+ years of philosophical thought in just a couple of simple sentences." Quoting my favorite source, the Reader's Digest, I responded, "That's what happens when a beautiful theory meets a brutal gang of facts. Besides, whoever said that refutation has to be complex. If someone makes a simple mistake, it only takes a simple correction to point out. There's nothing complex about the Roadrunner. He's simply fast and effective. Hume and Kant are wrong. So what? Since Hume and Kant violate the law of non-contradiction, their attempts to destroy all religious truth fails. However, just because Hume and Kant are wrong, that doesn't necessarily mean that we have positive evidence for, say, the existence of God. The Roadrunner tactic can only reveal that a proposition is false. It does not provide positive evidence for any particular claim being true. So, is it true that a theistic God exists? Is there any knowable evidence that will give us a reasonable certainty one way or the other? Is there such a thing as a knowable evidence for an unseen God? To answer those questions, we need to investigate how truth itself can be known. Get myself another swig of water. How is truth known? Oh, we have an ad. I guess I'll take a longer break for a swig of water. Spoilers, there is. C.S. Lewis is the guy who wrote the book of The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. He used to be an atheist back then, but now he's a changed man since World War II. Yes, C.S. Lewis has written some very lovely apologetics books. Speaking of which, I have a collab on Friday with my good friend, the Uber Marshal, who has an amazing voice. And we are going to be reading C.S. Lewis's Mere Christianity, which is one of his apologetics books, together. It will be very lovely, and there will be many good times. Let me get another swig of my water. Yes, we have an ad break for a little while, so I will take a little pause to rest my voice because I can feel it getting just a little bit scratchy. But I appreciate all of you being here still. It is getting a little bit late, but I will try my best to go until 1 a.m. At least my time. But yes, we will not be continuing while ads are rolling because I want everyone to be able to follow along with us regardless of their sub status. Guess who was his friends back then? The one who wrote the Lord of the Rings books. Yes. That was a completely goated friendship for sure. Get my stretches in. I haven't had much of a break this whole time. I do very much appreciate you guys still sticking around, despite me slowing down a little bit. I will always do my best for you guys. They were both locked in, absolutely. Crazy friendship. I would love to see what some of their discussions looked like when they were live. That would be crazy. Hello, Sailor David. Hello, Cold Coffee. Welcome. I'm glad to see you guys are still in here. Make sure you redeem your check-ins. We should be back in just a couple of seconds, and then we will continue to move along in our book. Entropy is a law I most like to use when I'm in debates. It shows how God mocks scientists and philosophers. Biggest? Based? Yes, is everyone back from ads? Did you have a good little ad break? Go get yourself a little snack. Get yourself a little a little potty break. At least I'm enjoying my time here. I'm so glad that you're enjoying your time here. I I do my best to make sure my streams are enjoyable. I'm so glad it's working. Thank you all for water refill. Make sure you get yourself hydrated along with me. We do have lots of redeems. I would love to watch all of your stream again, but I spent a couple hours in bed reading manhwa, and it's almost 12 a.m. So I will be heading out. No need to apologize for that. I know it's late. Yeah, no worries about going to bed. I wish you a very restful sleep, and I pray that the Lord gives you your soul to keep. But yes, bye, Phantasm. I will see you hopefully tomorrow for the Samsung collab, around 3 p.m. Eastern Standard. But yes. Hi, Gen. You slept most of the day. What are you, a gamer? Simply put, if there was nothing during the Big Bang, what did the Milky Way collide with to cause it to spin in the opposite direction to the other galaxies? Big questions. But yes, good night, Phantasm. I hope you rest well, and remember to count your sheeps. remember to count your me's. But let us get back to our book. So how is truth known? To sum up what we've seen so far, truth exists, and it's absolute and undeniable. To say truth cannot be known is self-defeating, because that's the very statement claims to be a known absolute truth. In fact, anytime we say anything, we are implying that we can know at least some truth, because any position on any subject implies some degree of knowledge. If you say that someone's position is wrong, you must know what is right in order to say that you can't know what is wrong unless you know what is right. Even if you say, I don't know, you are admitting that you know something. Namely, you know that you don't know something. You don't know something else about the topic in question. Not that you don't know anything at all. Just how does one know truth? In other words, by what process do we discover truths about the world? The process of discovering truths with the self-evident laws of logic called first principles. They are called first principles because there is nothing behind them. They are not proven by other principles. They are simply inherent in the nature of reality, and thus self-evident. So you don't learn these first principles, you just know them. Everyone intuitively knows these principles, even if they haven't thought about them explicitly. Two of these principles are laws of non-contradiction and the law of the excluded middle. We've already seen the reality and value of the law of non-contradiction. The law of excluded middle tells us something either is or is not. For example, either God exists or he does not. Either Jesus rose from the dead or he did not. There are no third alternatives. These first principles are the tool we use to discover all other truths. In fact, without them, you couldn't learn anything else. First principles are to learning what your eyes are to seeing. Just as your eyes must be built into your body for you to see anything, first principles must be built into your body, must be built into your mind for you to learn anything. It is from these first principles that we can learn about reality and ultimately discover the box top to this puzzle we call life. Although we use these first principles to help us discover truth, they alone cannot tell us whether or not a particular proposition is true. To see what we mean, consider the following logical argument. 1. All men are mortal. 2. Spencer is a man. 3. Therefore, Spencer is mortal. The self-evident laws of logic tell us that the conclusion, Spencer is mortal, is a valid conclusion. In other words, the conclusion follows necessarily from the premise. If all men are mortal, and if Spencer is a man, then Spencer is mortal. However, the laws of logic do not tell us whether those premises, and thus the conclusion, is true. Maybe all men are not mortal. Maybe Spencer is not a man. Logic by itself can't tell us one way or another. This point is more easily seen by looking at a valid argument that isn't true. Consider the following. All men are four-legged reptiles. Zachary is a man. Therefore, Zachary is a four-legged reptile. Logically, this argument is valid, but we know it isn't true. The argument is valid because the conclusion follows from the premises, but the conclusion is false because the first premise is false. In other words, an argument can be logically sound but still be false because the premise of the argument does not correspond to reality. So, logic only gets us so far. Logic can tell us that an argument is false, but it cannot tell us by itself which premises are true. How do I know that Zachary is a man? How do I know that men are not four-legged reptiles? We need some more information to discover those truths. We get that information from observing the world around us, and then drawing general conclusions from those observations. When you observe something over and over again, you may conclude that some general principle is true. For example, when you repeatedly drop an object off a table, you naturally observe that the object always falls to the floor. If you do that enough, you finally realize that there must be some general principle in place known as gravity. This method of drawing a general conclusion from specific observations is called induction, which is commonly equated with the scientific method. In order to be clear, we must need to distinguish induction from deduction, the process of lining up premises in an argument and arriving at a valid conclusion is called deduction. That's what we did in the arguments above. But the process of discovering whether the premise in an argument are actually true usually requires induction. Much of what you know by induction, in fact, you've already used induction intuitively to investigate the truth of the premises in the arguments above. Namely, you determined that since every man you've observed has been a two-legged mammal, the man Zachary cannot be a four-legged reptile. You did the same thing with the question of Spencer's mortality. Since all men you've heard about ultimately die, you made this general conclusion that all men are mortal, including a specific individual man named Spencer. These conclusions, two-legged men, gravity, and human mortality, are all inductive conclusions. Most conclusions based on induction cannot be considered absolutely certain, but only highly probable. For example, you are absolutely 100% certain that gravity makes all objects drop? No, because you haven't observed all objects being dropped. Likewise, oh, welcome in, Raiders. Who raided me? Oh, Kitty Catino. Thank you for... Wait, no. Thank you for the lurk. My goodness, I am losing it. Hales Hive. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Welcome, welcome. I hope you had a good stream. We are currently reading a lovely book about Christian apologetics called I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. I hope you stick around for it. Talk about logical when something like this is brought up. Let's see, where were we? So if inductive conclusions are not certain, can they be trusted? Yes, but to varying degrees of certainty. As we have said before, no human being possesses infinite knowledge. Most of our inductive conclusions can be wrong. There is one important exception. It's called the perfect induction, where all the particulars are known. For example, all the letters on this page are black. This perfect induction yields certainty about the conclusion because you can observe and verify that every letter is indeed black. But even when we don't have complete or perfect information, we often have enough information to make reasonably certain conclusions on most questions in life. For example, since virtually everyone has been observed to die, your conclusion that all men are mortal is considered true beyond a reasonable doubt. It's 99+% true. Percent sure. My goodness. Also, thank you for the follow. But it's not beyond any doubt. Oh, thank you for the head pat. The conclusion is practically certain, but not absolutely certain. In other words, we can't be sure beyond a reasonable doubt. We can be sure beyond a reasonable doubt, but not sure beyond all doubt. How are truths known about God? So, what does observation and induction have to do with discovering the existence of God? Everything. In fact, observation and induction help us investigate the ultimate religious question: does God exist? You say, wait a minute, how can we use observation to investigate an unobservable being called God? After all, if God is invisible and immaterial, as most Christians, Jews, and Muslims claim, then how can our senses help us gather information about him? The answer: we use induction to investigate God the same way we use it to investigate other things we can't see. By observing their effects, for example, we can't observe gravity directly. We can only observe its effects. Likewise, we can't observe the human mind directly, only its effects. From those effects, we make a rational inference to the existence of a cause. In fact, the book you are reading in class is a case in point. Why do you assume that this book is an effect of the human mind? Because your observational experience tells you that a book is an effect that results only from pre-existing intelligence, i.e. an author. If you've never seen the wind, the rain, or other natural forces produce a book, you've only seen people do so. So, despite the fact that you didn't see anyone writing this book, you've concluded that it must have at least one author. By reasoning that this book has an author, you are naturally putting observation, induction, and deduction together. If we were to write out your thoughts in logical form, they would look like this deductive argument. 1. All books have at least one author. Premise based on inductive investigation. 2. I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist is a book. Premise based on observation. 3. Therefore, I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist has at least one author. Conclusion. You know the argument is valid because of deduction, and you know the argument is true because the premises are true, which you have verified through observation and induction. Now here's the big question. Just as a book requires pre-existing human intelligence, are there any observable effects that seem to require some kind of pre-existing supernatural intelligence? In other words, are there effects that we can observe that point to God? The answer is yes, and the first effect is the universe itself. An investigation of its beginning is the next step on our journey to discover the box top. But before we look at the evidence for the beginning of the universe, we need to address one more objection to truth, and that is, so what? Who cares about the truth? We sometimes ask our students, what's the greatest problem in America today? Is it ignorance or is it apathy? One time, a student answered, I don't know and I don't care. That sums up the problem in America today. Many of us are ignorant and apathetic about truth, but not when it comes to money, medicine, or the other tangible items we mentioned earlier. We care passionately about those things, but many people are ignorant and apathetic about truth and morality and religion. We know you're not because you're taking the time to read this book. Are the people who have adopted the whatever theme of the culture right, or does the truth in morality and religion really matter? It really matters. How do we know? First, even though people may claim that the truth in morality doesn't matter, they don't really believe that when someone treats them immorally. For example, they may claim that lying isn't wrong, but just watch how morally outraged they get when you lie to them, especially if it's about their money. We often hear that it's the economy, stupid. But just think about how much better the economy would be if everyone told the truth. There would be no Erons or Tychos. There would be no scandals or scams. There would be no burdensome government regulations. Of course, the economy is important, but it's directly affected by morality. Morality undergirds virtually everything we do. It not only affects us financially, but in certain circumstances, it also affects us socially, psychologically, spiritually, and even physically. A second reason truth and morality matters is because success in life is often dependent on the moral choices a person makes. These include choices regarding sex, marriage, children, drugs, money, business dealings, and so on. Some choices bring prosperity, others result in ruin. Third, as we pointed out in a previous book, Legislating Morality, all laws legislate morality. The only question is, whose morality will be legislated? Think about it. Every law declares one behavior right and its opposite wrong. That's morality. Whose morality should be legislated on issues such as abortion or euthanasia? These are issues that directly impact the lives of the health or of real people. If it's morally wrong to kill innocent people, shouldn't that truth be legislated? Otherwise, whose morality should even be legislated on other issues of public policy that may affect your life, health, or finances? These answers we legislate can dramatically affect every citizen's life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. There's no doubt that what we believe to be true about morality directly impacts life. Did it matter that the United States Supreme Court, as reflected in the 1857 Dred Scott decision, believed that blacks were not citizens but the property of their slave owners? Did it matter that the Nazis believed the Jews were inferior to the Aryan race? Does it matter today what we think about the moral status of people in other racial or religious categories? Of course, truth and morality matters. What about truth in religion? That truth can impact us even more profoundly than truth in morality. A fellow naval officer helped me, Frank, realize this back in 1988 when I was a new Christian. At that time, we deployed to a U.S. Navy flight crew to a Persian Gulf country. It was near the end of the Iran-Iraq war, and tensions were still high. When you're in a foreign and dangerous place, you tend to ponder your life and mortality more seriously and frequently. One day, we were doing just that, talking about God and the afterlife. During our conversation, my friend made a comment that stuck with me to this day. Referring to the Bible, he said, "I don't believe the Bible, but if it is true, then I'm in big trouble." Of course, he was right. If the Bible is true, then my friend has chosen an unpleasant eternal destiny. In fact, if the Bible is true, then everyone's eternal destiny can be read from its pages. On the other hand, if the Bible is not true, then many Christians are unwittingly wasting a lot of time, money, and in some cases, even their lives by preaching Christianity in hostile territories. Either way, truth in religion matters. It also matters if some other religion is true. For example, if the Quran is true, then I'm in just as much trouble as my non-Christian Navy friend. On the other hand, if atheists are right, then we may as well lie, cheat, and steal to get what we want because this life is all there is, and there's no consequences in eternity. But forget eternity for a minute. Consider the temporal implications of religious teachings around the world. In Saudi Arabia, some school children are being taught that Jews are pigs and non-Muslim infidels should be killed. While thankfully a majority of Muslims do not believe that non-Muslims should be killed, militant Muslims teach that type of jihad straight from the Quran. Is it really true that there's a God up there in the name of Allah who wants Muslims to kill all non-Muslims, which probably includes you? Does this religious truth matter? It does when those kids grow up to fly planes into buildings and blow themselves up in populated areas. Wouldn't it be better to teach them the religious truth that God wants them to love their neighbor? The Saudis may be teaching that Jews are pigs, but in our country, by means of a one-sided biology curriculum, we teach kids that there's really no difference between any human being and a pig. After all, if we're merely the byproduct of blind naturalistic forces, if no deity created us with any specific significance, then we are nothing more than pigs with big brains. Does this religious, atheistic truth matter? It does when kids carry out its implications. Instead of good citizens who see people made in the image of God, you're producing criminals who see no meaning or value in human life. Ideas have consequences. On the positive side, Mother Teresa helped improve conditions in India by challenging the religious beliefs of many in the Hindu culture. The Hindu belief in karma and reincarnation leads many Hindus to ignore the cries of the suffering. Why? Because they believe that those who suffer deserve their plight for doing something wrong in a previous life. So if you help suffering people, are you interfering with their karma? Mother Teresa taught Hindus in India the Christian principles of caring for the poor and suffering. Does that religious idea matter? Ask the millions of lives she touched. Does the religious teaching of karma matter? Ask the millions still suffering. The bottom line is this: regardless of what the truth is concerning religion and morality, our lives are greatly affected by it today, and perhaps even in eternity. Those who cavalierly say, "So what? Who cares about truth and morality and religion?" are ignoring reality and blindly skating on thin ice. We owe it to ourselves and others to find the real truth, then act on it. So let's get started with the question: does God exist? 1. People often get their beliefs from their parents, friends, childhood, religion, or culture. Sometimes they simply formulate their beliefs on the basis of their feelings alone. While such beliefs could be true, it's also possible they may not be. The only way to be reasonably certain is to test beliefs by the evidence, and that is done by utilizing sound philosophical principles, including those found in logic and science. We have let me sneeze it. Logic tells us that opposites cannot be true at the same time in the same sense. Logic is part of reality itself, and is thus the same in America, India, and everywhere else in the universe. By use of the Roadrunner technique, we can see that Hume is not skeptical about skepticism, and Kant is not agnostic about agnosticism. Therefore, their views defeat themselves. It is important to know truths about God. Many truths about God can be known by his effects, which we can observe. Through many observations, induction, we can draw reasonable conclusions, deductions, about the existence and nature of God, which we will do in subsequent chapters. Truth and morality in religion has temporal and maybe even eternal consequences. Apathy and ignorance can be fatal. What you don't know or don't care to know can hurt you. So why should anyone believe anything at all? Because they have evidence to support those beliefs, and beliefs have consequences. Whew. Got through chapter 2. And I think I'm going to take a little 5-minute break to suck on a cough drop, get myself some water, and use the bathroom. So I will see you guys in a minute. Give you guys 5 minutes. Let you take your own potty breaks and get your own snacks and get cuddled into bed if it's that time for you. But I will be back. Hello, everyone. We are back. Did everyone have a good potty break? What are you guys talking about? Oh my goodness, I missed some quite interesting conversations. What's your advice for somebody who's considering converting to Christianity? I've lived much of my life with sin, and I'm wondering if it's too late. It's never too late. I've spoken about it before, but I lived a significant chunk of my life as a pagan or an atheist. I dabbled with Satanism a little bit. If I can be saved and forgiven, living a majority of my life like that, it is certainly not too late for you. Absolutely not. There is always room for God's forgiveness and God's love. There is nothing that you could ever do or have ever done that is not something that God can forgive. His forgiveness is much more huge, so much bigger than your sins. There's nothing that can triumph his love. Absolutely. It's never too late. Paul persecuted and murdered Christians, and not only was he saved, but he came a force for God. A very significant force for God, in that he became one of the writers of the Gospels. And through that, the conversion of so many people came about. Like the saving of so many people came from Paul's writings. Even wanting to turn to God proves that he is working. Absolutely. Do I just show up to a church? How does it work? You ask God right now. I saw a clip of Alistair Begg preaching about the thief on the cross who entered heaven. It was just so beautiful to be reminded of simple faith. We can come to God because Jesus said we could. He wants us to. You ask him deeply and you seek him with your whole mind. Literally, there's nothing you have to do to convert. Just talk to God. Yeah. The only thing you need to convert is just believe in Jesus and accept him as your personal Lord and Savior. Grant him access to your life and don't block him out. And treat him with the respect and love that you would a father. Treat him as you would as the literal best father figure that you could ever want. The person who literally created you, and the person the person who made everything around you as well. Speaking of the thief on the cross, I think that passage is a very good example of the minimum requirements for salvation. I think that's one of the reasons that we were told that story, is because it is a very valuable tool in knowing exactly what the minimum requirements for salvation is. Also, remember to check in, lurking lambs. Hit that little check-in redeem. But I'm so glad that you have been considering following Jesus. Let me see, what was your name again? No longer a miserable Canadian. I'll just call you Canadian. But I am very, very happy, very thankful to God that he brought you over here, and that you were led to hear some of the things that we've said to you, and that I'll be reading to you. I'm very thankful for your presence here tonight, and just know that there are no coincidences in this life. God's will is everywhere. Nothing happens outside of his watch. And I will 100% be praying for you that your salvation is near, and that you come to understand the joy and the hope that comes with belief in the Lord, and the pure love that he has for you. I sincerely pray that you will receive those things in due time. We love you, man. Don't give up. God is hope incarnate, my friend. I'm currently streaming this on YouTube, Twitch, and X, or Twitter. Those are the 3 that I am streaming to. Also, thank you everyone for the check-ins. I appreciate it. Yeah. Aside from that little. Also, hello, Fire Cyclone. Welcome in. I will get back to my reading. I will read for about 3 more minutes, and then I will head off to bed myself. Desmo is already conked out. I've had to change my own scenes. But yes, let's continue on. Hello, what? Oh, Tristan. Hi, Tristan. I didn't expect to see you here. I hope you've been having a good day. Tristan is another good Christian VTuber friend of mine. If you can, you should go give him a follow. Tristan, you should type in the chat at least once so people can access your profile from there, because I'm not in the position to shout you out at the moment, unfortunately. But yes, thank you for coming in. Let's see. Chapters 3 through 7 we'll cover. Number 1, the truth about reality is knowable. 2, the opposite of true is false. 3, it is true that the theistic God exists. This is evidenced by the beginning of the universe, cosmological argument, design of the universe, teleological argument / anthropic principle. C, design of life, teleological argument. D, moral law, moral argument. Let's see. I think this is just the stuff that was in the other chapter. This just goes through all the arguments that lead up to the conclusion that the Christian God is true and that the Bible is reliable. Chapter 3. In the beginning, there was a great surge. Science without religion is lame. Religion without science is blind. Albert Einstein. Irritating facts. It was 1916, and Albert Einstein didn't like where his calculations were leading him. If his theory of general relativity was true, it meant that the universe was not eternal, but had a beginning. Einstein's calculations indeed were revealing a definite beginning to all time, all matter, and all space. This flew in the face of his believing that the universe was static and eternal. Einstein later called this discovery irritating. He wanted the universe to be self-existent, not reliant on any outside cause. But the universe appeared to be one giant effect. In fact, Einstein so disliked the implications of general relativity, a theory that is now proven accurate to 5 decimal places, that he introduced a cosmological constant, which some have since called a fudge factor, into his equation, in order to show that the universe is static and to avoid an absolute beginning. But Einstein's fudge factor didn't fudge for long. In 1919, British cosmologist Arthur Eddington conducted an experiment during a solar eclipse which confirmed that general relativity was indeed true. The universe wasn't static, and had a beginning like Einstein Eddington wasn't happy about the implications. He later wrote, "Philosophically, the notion of a beginning of the present order of nature is repugnant to me. I should like to find a genuine loophole." By 1912, Russian mathematician Alexander Freeman had officially exposed Einstein's fudge factor as an algebraic error. Incredibly, in his quest to avoid a beginning, the great Einstein had divided by zero, something even school children know is a no-no. Meanwhile, Dutch astronomer Willem de Sitter had found that general relativity required the universe to be expanding, and in 1927, the expanding of the universe was officially observed by an astronomer, Edwin Hubble, namesake of the Space Telescope. Looking through the 100-inch telescope at California's Mount Wilson Observatory, Hubble discovered a red shift in the light from every observable galaxy, which meant that those galaxies were moving away from us. In other words, general relativity was again confirmed. The universe appeared to be expanding from a single point in the distant past. In 1929, Einstein gave a pilgrimage to... No. In 1929, Einstein made a pilgrimage to Mount Wilson to look through Hubble's telescope for himself. What he saw was irrefutable. The observational evidence showed that the universe was indeed expanding, as general relativity had predicted. With this cosmological constant now completely crushed by the weight of the other evidence against it, Einstein could no longer support his wish for an eternal universe. He subsequently described the cosmological constant as the great blunder of my life, and he redirected his efforts to find the box top to the puzzle of life. Einstein said that he wanted to know how God created the world. I'm not interested in this or that phenomenon, in the spectrum of this or that element. I want to know his thought. The rest are details. Although Einstein said he believed in a pantheistic God, a God that is the universe, his comments admitting creation and divine thought better describe a theistic God. And, as irritating as it may be, his theory of general relativity stands today as one of the strongest lines of evidence for a theistic God. Indeed, general relativity supports what is one of the oldest formal arguments for the existence of a theistic God, the cosmological argument. The cosmological argument, the beginning of the end for atheism. Don't be put off by the technical sounding name. Cosmological comes from the Greek word cosmos, which means world or universe. That is, the cosmological argument is the argument from the beginning of the universe. If the universe had a beginning, then the universe had a cause. In logical form, the argument goes like this. 1. Everything had a beginning and a cause. 2. The universe had a beginning. Therefore, the universe had a cause. As we showed in the last chapter, for an argument to be true, it has to be logically valid, and its premise must be true. This is a valid argument, but are the premises true? Let's take a look at the premises. Premise 1. Everything that had a beginning had a cause, is a law of causality. This is the fundamental principle of science. Without the law of causality, science is impossible. In fact, Francis Bacon, the father of modern science. Huh? Casuality. Desmo is, he is, correcting me. Or is it causality? That's probably it. That's probably it. Causality. Okay. I do pronounce things wrong. Yeah, causality. Thank you guys. In fact, Francis Bacon, the father of modern science, said true knowledge is knowledge by causes. In other words, science is a search for causes. That's what scientists do. They try to discover what caused what. If there's one thing we've observed about the universe, it's that things don't happen without a cause. When a man is driving down the street, a car never appears in front of his car out of nowhere, with no driver or no cause. We know a police officer has heard this, but it's just not true. There's always a driver or some other cause behind that car appearing. Even the great skeptic David Hume could not deny the laws of causality. He wrote, "I never asserted so absurd a proposition as something could arise without a cause." In fact, to deny the laws of causality is to deny rationality. The very process of rational thinking requires us to put together thoughts, the causes, that result in conclusions, the effects. So if anyone ever tells you he doesn't believe in the law of causality, simply ask that person, what caused you to come to that conclusion? Since the law of causality is well established and undeniable, premise 1 is true. What about premise 2? Did the universe have a beginning? If not, then no cause was needed. If so, then the universe must have a cause. Until about the time of Einstein, atheists could comfort themselves with the belief that the universe is eternal, and thus did not need a cause. But since then, 5 lines of scientific evidence have been discovered that prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the universe did indeed have a beginning, and that beginning was what scientists now call the Big Bang. This Big Bang evidence can easily be remembered by the acronym SURGE. In the beginning, there was a great surge. Every several years or so, the major news magazine Newsweek, my goodness, I am getting tired, and the like run a cover story about the origin and fate of the universe. When did the universe begin, and when will it end? Are 2 of the questions investigated in such articles. The fact that the universe had a beginning and will ultimately die is not even up for debate in these reports. Why? Because modern scientists know that a beginning and an ending are demanded by one of the most validated laws in all of nature, the second law of thermodynamics. Let me take a quick drink. S. The second law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics is the S in our SURGE acronym. Thermodynamics is the study of matter and energy. The second law states, among other things, the universe is running out of usable energy. With each passing moment, the amount of usable energy in the universe grows smaller, leading to scientists to the obvious conclusion that one day all the energy will be gone and the universe will die. Like a running car, the universe will ultimately run out of gas. You say, so what? How does that prove that the universe had a beginning? Well, look at it this way. The first law of thermodynamics states that the total amount of energy in the universe is constant. In other words, the universe had only a finite amount of energy. much as your car only has a finite amount of gas. Now, if your car has only a finite amount of gas, the first law, and whenever it's running, it continually consumes gas, the second law, would your car be running right now if you started it up an infinity long time ago? No, of course not. It would be out of gas by now. In the same way, the universe would be out of energy by now if it had been running from all eternity. But here we are. The lights are still on, so the universe must have begun sometime in the finite past. That is, the universe is not eternal. It had a beginning. A flashlight is another way to think about the universe. If you leave a flashlight on overnight, what's the intensity of the light in the morning? It is dim, because the batteries have used up most of their energy. Well, the universe is like a dying flashlight. It only has so much energy left to consume. But since the universe still has some battery life left, it's not quite dead yet. It can't be eternal. It must have a beginning. For if it were eternal, the battery would have died by now. The second law is also known as the law of entropy, which is a fancy way of saying that nature tends to bring things to disorder. That is, with time, things naturally fall apart. Your car falls apart, your house falls apart, your body falls apart. In fact, the second law is the reason many of us get stressor disease. When we get older, our chest falls into our drawers. But if the universe is becoming less ordered, then where did the original order come from? Astronomer Robert Jastrow likened the universe to a wound-up clock. If a wind-up clock is running down, then someone must have wound it up. This aspect of the second law also tells us the universe had a beginning. Since we still have some order left, just like we still have some usable energy left, the universe cannot be eternal, because if it were, we would have reached complete disorder, entropy, by now. A number of years ago, a student from a Christian ministry on an Ivy League campus invited me, Norm, to speak there on a related topic. During the lecture, I basically told the students what we've written here, but in a lot more detail. After the lecture, the student who had invited me there asked me to have lunch with him and his physics professor. We sat down to eat. The professor made it clear that he was skeptical of my argument that the second law requires a beginning for the universe. In fact, he said he was a materialist who believed that only materials exist, and that it has existed from all eternity. If matter is eternal, what do you do with the second law? I asked him. He replied, every law has an exception. This is my exception. I could have countered him by asking him if it's really good science to assume that every law has an exception. That doesn't seem very scientific and may even be self-defeating. It may be self-defeating when you ask, does the law that every law has an exception have an exception? If it does, maybe the second law is the exception to the law that every law must have an exception. I didn't go down that road because I thought he would take exception. Instead, I backed off the second law for a moment and decided to question him about materialism. If everything is material, I asked him, then what is a scientific theory? After all, the theory about everything being material isn't material. It's not made out of molecules. Without a moment's hesitation, he quipped, a theory is magic. Magic? I repeated, not really believing what I was hearing. What's your basis for saying that? Faith, he quickly replied. Faith in magic? I thought to myself. I can't believe what I'm hearing. If faith in magic is the best materialists have to offer, then I don't have enough faith to be a materialist. In retrospect, it seems to me like the professor had a brief moment of complete candor. He knew he couldn't answer the overwhelming evidence in support of the second law, so he admitted that his position had no basis in evidence or good reasoning. So, in doing so, he provided another example of the will refusing to believe what the mind knows to be true, and how atheists' view is based on sheer faith. The professor was right about one thing: having faith. In fact, he needed a leap of faith to willingly ignore the most established law in all of nature. That's how Arthur Eddington characterized the second law more than 80 years ago. The law that entropy increases, the second law of thermodynamics, holds, I think, the supreme position among the laws of nature. If someone points out that your pet theory of the universe is in disagreement with Maxwell's equations, then so much for Maxwell's equations. If it's found to be contradicted by observation, well, these experiments do bungle things sometimes. Thank you for the head pats. But if your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I can give you no hope. There is nothing for it but to collapse in deepest humiliation. Since I could see that the professor was not really interested in accepting the truth, I didn't ask him any more potentially humiliating questions. But since we couldn't ignore the power of the second law on our own bodies, we both ordered dessert. Neither of us willing to deny that we needed to replace the energy we had just used up. The universe is expanding. Good scientific theories are those that are able to predict phenomena that have not been yet observed. As we have seen, general relativity predicted an expanding universe. But it wasn't until legendary astronomer Edwin Hubble looked through his telescope more than a decade after the scientists finally confirmed that the universe is expanding, and that it's expanding from a single point. Ads. I have to head to bed. There's a VOD to watch later, right? Yes, all of my VODs are on YouTube. All of my VODs are automatically uploaded there. My previous VOD reading the first 2 chapters, no, the introduction and the first chapter, is also on YouTube. Let me see. Let me read through all the chats that I have missed out on. Scientific proofs for non-eternal universe, plus also my beloved infinite casual series paradoxes are great arguments and evidence for God. Yay, thermodynamics. I forgot to follow before debut. Oof. That's okay, Tristan. Well, thank you guys for being in the chat. While I don't read them all too much while I am reading, considering I'm reading, but I do like checking them while the ads are up, and I do appreciate your continued interactions while I'm not being the most interactive myself. Good, because I'm way behind. I'll watch it before I'll be more behind. That's okay. This stuff going through what we've been through is mostly common sense. If you believe that truth can be known about things, then you're pretty much good. You've caught up. So no worries. I miss reading texts like this. Yeah, it's always fun. I think. Remember the times when I was coming back to the faith? Yeah. Thank you for the lurk, Bubba Barnes. But we have about a minute left of ads. How is everything going? Is the stream still going strong? All of my audios well balanced? Hello, Cold Coffee Tuesday. Beep boop to you too. Reading apologetics and philosophy PDFs. We have to be realists. I'm not seeing ads. I think you are. Are you a sub? Cause you may have been gifted a sub. I know there was a couple times where we got some gifted subs and you may not have noticed. This evening is great and I appreciate a VTuber who likes having a layout. You made a very peaceful stream. It's very nice. Thank you. I really aimed for that. I got a gifty. You did. Oh, I didn't know. Yeah. There was a couple times where people gifted subs to random people. So you may have been one of them if you didn't pay close enough attention. It's okay. I probably would have missed a couple of them myself. Trying to keep up with so many things at once. So no problems. But yes, gifted subs are very much quite fun. Speaking of gifted subs, I do Kahoot reviews after all of these streams. So I will do a stream and I will read these things. And next time we do a stream reading this book again, I will start it off with a quiz that goes over what we talked about last time. And the winner of that Kahoot quiz, the #1 spot, will get a gifted sub from us. So you will be freed from ad jail if you win and study hard enough. So make sure you go back and review and you make sure to actually internalize some of this information. Because not only is it good to, get the added bonuses from winning the quizzes, but it's also good to be able to give a reason for the hope that you have in Christ. And these are very good arguments to be able to hold on your own with the world. But yes, thank you all for staying with me. I will be going for just a little while longer, and give me some of those check-ins real quick, little lambs. Let me know that you're all still here, and make sure that Twitch will count you. Well, thanks. So it's been such a blessing to be a part of, and just joined an hour ago. Wow. Oh yes, thank you for all the check-ins. It's such a blessing. I'm so glad that I got to show this to you. I will read on for just a while longer, and then we will go on to I think we're gonna raid Jade. Yeah, I think Jade is the right call. Jade is a really good friend of mine. Also, thank you for the head pats. Yes, we will do just a little bit more reading and move on to the next streamer. For all of you night owls who want to continue on your Twitch escapades. Let's see, where were we? The universe is expanding. Good scientific theories are those that are able to predict phenomena that have not been observed. As we have seen, general relativity predicted an expanding universe, but it wasn't until legendary astronomer Edwin Hubble looked through his telescope more than a decade later that the scientists finally confirmed the universe is expanding, and it's expanding from a single point. Astronomer Vesto Melvin Silfer was hot on the trail of this expanding universe as early as 1913, but it was Hubble who put all the pieces together in the late 20s. This expanding universe in its second line of scientific evidence that the universe had a beginning. How does this expanding universe prove a beginning? Think about it this way. If we could watch a video recording of the history of the universe in reverse, we would see all matter in the universe collapse back to a point. Not the size of a basketball, not the size of a golf ball, not even the size of a pinhead, but mathematically and logically to a point that is actually nothing, i.e., no space, no time, and no matter. In other words, once there was nothing, and then bang, there was something. The entire universe exploded into being. This, of course, is what is commonly called the Big Bang. Let's see. It's important to understand that the universe is not expanding into empty space, but space itself is expanding. There was no space before the Big Bang. It's also important to understand that the universe did not emerge from existing material, but from nothing. There was no matter before the Big Bang. In fact, chronologically, there was no before the Big Bang, because there are no befores without time. And there was no time until the Big Bang. Time, space, and matter came into existence at the Big Bang. These facts give... Oh, thank you for the follow. The penguin... No. Oh, Happy Trails. Hi, Happy. Nice to see you here. We are about to write out to someone else, but I'm glad you stopped by. I lost my place. The facts give atheists a lot more trouble, as they did on a rainy day, on a rainy night in Georgia in April of 1998. That night, I, Frank, attended a debate in Atlanta on the question, does God exist? William Lane Craig took the affirmative position, and Peter Atkin took the negative position. The debate was highly spirited and even humorous at times, particularly due to the moderator, William F. Buckley, Jr. Buckley did not hide his favoritism for Craig's pro-God proposition. After introducing Craig in his impressive credentials, Buckley began to introduce Atkins by cracking, on the side of the devil is Dr. Peter Atkins. One of Craig's 5 arguments for the existence of God was the cosmological argument, as supported by the Big Bang evidence we've discussed here. He pointed out that the universe, all time, all matter, and all space exploded out of nothing, a fact that Atkins had conceded in his book and reaffirmed later in the debate that night. Since Craig spoke first, he informed the audience about how Atkins attempted to explain the universe from an atheistic perspective. In his book, The Creation Revisited, Dr. Atkins struggled mightily to explain how the universe would come into existence uncaused out of nothing. But at the end, he finds himself trapped in self-contradiction. He writes, "Now we go back in time beyond the moment of creation, to when there was no time and to where there was no space. At this time before time, he imagines a swirling dust of mathematical points which recombined again and again and again, and finally come by trial and error to form our space-time universe." Craig went on to point out that Atkins' position is not scientific theory, but actually self-contradictory pop metaphysics. It is pop metaphysics because it's a made-up explanation. There's absolutely no scientific evidence supporting it, and it's self-contradictory because it assumes time and space before there was time and space. Since Craig did not get a chance to dialogue with Atkins directly on this point, a colleague and I stood up in the question line near the end of the debate to ask Atkins about his position. Unfortunately, time expired before either of us could ask a question, so we approached Atkins backstage afterwards. Dr. Atkins, my colleague started. Dr. Atkins, my colleague started. You admit that the universe exploded out of nothing, but your explanation for the beginning equivocates on what nothing is. Swirling mathematical points are not nothing. Even they are something. How do you justify this? Instead of addressing the issue, Atkins verbally succumbed to the second law of thermodynamics. He said, "Look, gentlemen, I'm very tired. I can't answer any more questions now." In other words, his decrease of energy proved the second law was at work. Atkins literally had nothing to say. Well, according to the modern cosmological evidence, the universe literally had nothing from which to emerge. Yet when it came to giving an aesthetic explanation for this, Atkins didn't really begin with nothing, but with mathematical points and time. Of course, one can't imagine how mere mathematical points in time could actually cause the universe anyway. Nevertheless, we wanted to press the fact that atheists like Atkins must be able to explain the universe began from absolutely nothing. What is nothing? Aristotle had a good definition. He said that nothing is what rocks dream about. The nothing from which the universe is merged is not mathematical points, as Atkins suggested, or positive and negative energy, as Isaac Asimov, who is also an atheist, once wrote. Nothing is literally no thing, what rocks dream about. British author Anthony Kenny honestly described his own predicament as an atheist in light of the evidence for the Big Bang. He wrote, "According to the Big Bang theory, the whole matter of the universe began to exist at a particular time in the remote past. A proponent of such a theory, at least if he is an atheist, must believe that the matter of the universe came from nothing and by nothing." And I think with that, I will leave it there for next time. Thank you guys very much for sticking with me this long. I am very blessed to have each and every one of you supporting me. Thank you for all the people who saw me on Twitter and all the people who have found me elsewhere. But I want to wish you all a very good night. Thank you for the head pats, Frog. I want to wish you all a very good night. And remember to count your sheeps as well as count your blessings. I'm going to hand you over to my good friend, Jate. I'd like you to give him lots of love. Send him my best regard while I head off to bed. And I will see you tomorrow for my collab stream with Samson at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You will be seeing a new overlay, which is my daytime overlay, which I am not showing you guys yet. But I wish you all a very good night. So God bless everyone, and I will see you very soon.